Okay, folks. Oh, well, you don't need to see me that big. I was just tinkering with something. And the thing I was tinkering with is I think this camera, I think at some point in the future I may work it so I can reverse these two cameras because this one you're seeing here on most of the screen is actually the video camera off of the computer. And for some reason it has a much higher resolution. And I've tried to tinker with them, but oh well. Some of this stuff is just a mystery to me sometimes. I've been able to do everything that I've done just by trial and error. A lot of error. Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey. So, we weren't able to finish the Su-76 yesterday. The third one. So we're going to do that. We don't have a whole lot to do on it. And then we'll put it away. Nordic is still on. And then we were going to do a deep dive into the Panzer IIIs. The late war Panzer IIIs, I should say. Mr. Glenn, wow. Everybody's here early. Excellent. Let's get to it. Let's get to it and finish off this little guy, which shouldn't take much to do. And I don't think I'm going to make an open hatch on the front. I don't really want to play somebody with a catcher's mitt. Just looks weird. Mr. Heine, welcome. Barnes, excellent. So, I'm a big fan of saying when I'm going to be on and following through on that. If I ever say, hey, I'll be there Sunday morning and I'm not, trust me, I'm pissed about it. I don't like to say that I'm going to do something and then don't do it. I have other faults. That's not one of them. You didn't finish PSC Su-76, lost a part integral to the gun. Oh, that sucks. You found a Flyhawk Bismarck Deluxe kit for reasonable price. I'll likely get it. It's one of the ships I want to build. The Bismarck. I don't know, something about the Bismarck just doesn't, don't get me wrong, I built a Bismarck, and I liked it as a kid. It's a little too fat. It's a good looking ship. I think the heavy cruisers are a little bit more attractive. Just a little on the fat end. And Scharnhorst is a better looking ship, no doubt. I remember when I was a kid, and this may be changed now. And don't get me wrong, the Bismarck chase was one of those things that got me into naval wargaming in World War II in the first place, along with all the other German surface raiders as well. But I remember when I was a kid, there was, and I have several books on the Bismarck, but you know, any of us that have books, you know, sometimes we buy books and sometimes we read them and then we just collect them and we don't necessarily read them from end to end. But I want to say when I was a kid, there was this train of thought, and it could be incorrect now, that the Bismarck, it hadn't shot down any planes. I think there was a thing about it didn't shoot down any swordfish because the planes were flying too slow for its really advanced anti-aircraft. Yeah, really advanced anti-aircraft that didn't do shit. But then also that the hit that blew up that ended up blowing up the hood was from the Prinz Eugen. I don't know if that's that's, you know, I haven't studied that in a long time. Mr. Marcus, you have a deep interest in Kriegsmarine capital ships that tragically met their fate in the war. Not sure why. I was looking for an Eisenhower, but it isn't one on sale right now. Well, they look wicked. I used to have a thing for the German ships, but honestly, I enjoy playing the British ones better. We have a lot more personality, have more different camouflage. They seem to have more weaknesses from a, maybe not in real life, but in game terms, they seem to have a real weakness. Like, for instance, let's take the Renown versus the Repulse. In the war game that I used to play, which was called Sea Creek, and is very detailed, there's crew arrangements and things like that that don't really have a play on the actual meat and potatoes of slinging shells at each other. So when you have a conversion that was done to Renown and it wasn't done to Repulse, in game terms, you result in a Renown that has a weak point of very little conning tower armor. And what we used to say is that you had a conning tower that was this big, and they turned it into a conning tower that was this big. And so they had to take the armor and spread it around and respackle it. Because the armor on, the conning tower armor, for instance, on Repulse, is something around, and I'm literally just grasping at straws, somewhere around 10 to 12 inches thick, 13, something like that. Generally, the most armor on a ship is in the conning tower, generally, except for some situations in the Royal Navy where they went from smaller conning towers to larger ones. King George V, the Renown conversion. I'm sure there's other examples, but that's the two that they come to mind. That you usually have a conning tower armor under 6 inches. And in a war game term, what happens with that is that ends up being a place where you can get a penetrating shell hit that could have devastating effect. So, although maybe not in real life, in game terms, a conversion like from a repulse being converted into Renown basically means Renown's got this huge problem where if they get a conning tower hit, you're going to have a penetration from something that normally wouldn't cause it on a normal ship. Now that might just be a gamey thing, but that is one of those things that we experienced. So the British ships, for instance, in Sea Creek 4 and probably 5, have big weak points. That doesn't mean they're pieces of shit. I'm just saying they have big weak points in as far as armor capabilities, armor protection. The County class cruisers. Now the County class cruisers in Sea Creek, I don't think any of them have any turret armor, or if so, it's very little. It's mostly belt armor and conning tower. So you have any kind of ship that does not have protection on its turret is susceptible to some catastrophic shit happening to it. Yeah, so, but I like the British ships. They have cool names, they have cool camouflage schemes, they're everywhere, Campus nation that was sunk during the war as a way to honor brave men. For World War I naval gaming to World War II. Because I like it when a battleship was cleaning the seas before aircraft and planes. I agree with you, Jared. The only problem is you don't have the paint scheme thing. You did find out Flyhawk makes a 1/700 Repulse. See, that's the thing we were talking about yesterday about catalogs. It's difficult to go, okay, let me go to flyhawk.com and see all the kits that they have in different scales. I didn't try it. Maybe you could, but back in the days of hobby stores, you'd go, let me see the Hasegawa catalog, and it would be updated every year, and you would have every kit that the Hasegawa made, and you could find it easy. Sometimes it's difficult because they don't sell directly to the public. I don't know why that is, but it seems to be the case. I really, as much as I like the Royal Navy in the Second World War, and I really do, I'm not a fan of them in the first one. I'm very pro-German. Sorry, folks. Some of those German World War I ships look a lot cooler than the British ones. There's exceptions, but Seydlitz, man. I'm a big Seydlitz fan. And the one, and so there's not any many camouflage schemes for the fighting ships in World War One. And when they are, they're horrible choices. They'll do like the Germans and like paint one funnel like red. I think some people like it. I think it looks ridiculous, and doesn't go with the ship. But that's just me. I don't mind World War One, but there's that. And I used to game World War One as well, and we'd do what if stuff. I always want to say, hey, let's play Dogger Bank. Like, why bother? There's no way that the Dogger Bank is even remotely an even Steven thing. And the destroyers in World War One are from every nation are just a lack of inspiration, in my opinion. Whereas the World War Two destroyers are awesome, especially the British World War Two destroyers. Big fan. I would entertain the idea of doing World War One ships, but I have to admit I know very little, if anything, about World War One. Well, there's your excuse to learn it. No. On the subject of World War One versus World War Two naval, I think as far as reading books, or in my case, audiobooks, because I can actually get through an audiobook, audiobooks about the First World War naval are, in my opinion, more interesting than ones about the Second World War, because you don't have aircraft, you don't have all the, and I'm with you. I don't like World War Two because of the aircraft carrier, and I know it was a great weapon and everything, but I'm a naval war gamer. I want big guns. I like the progression. I don't like the aircraft carriers to come in and mess everything up. We did use aircraft carriers in our games, but usually it's something like the Eagle. The Eagle has very few planes, and it's easier to manage. My my wet dream of playing a war game, and it's kind of an impossible task because there's information that just we don't have access to, is how the Germans got home at Jutland, where they crossed paths with the Royal Navy. If you could somehow simulate that, I think that would be an incredible freaking game. An incredible game. Because a lot of the German ships crossed paths with the British Navy at night, and they crossed behind them. I'm telling you, I've read 3 or 4 books on Jutland. You think, it's Jutland. There's all kinds of stuff in there that's really interesting. And that one is that's incredible. If you could somehow do that, that is just, and the thing that would be difficult to do is you got to find out what state the German ships are in and how that translates. So maybe you can do it, but you got to do a much simpler game, which then is kind of counterintuitive for me. I like games with a lot of detail when it comes to naval. I'm a naval guy. But it's all interesting. I don't like aircraft carriers because of that, but I have used them in games. Eagle's a perfect example. I love using Little Eagle because you're like, oh well, the British have aircraft. Okay, they don't have that many. Doing stuff in the Mediterranean, she's there in a lot of things. She's a core aspect of the forces. I want to say out of Alexandria. Man, I haven't done it in 30 freaking years. I haven't thought about it, so I'm definitely rusty. But she only has a handful of aircraft, just slightly over 20, and most of them are swordfish. So it's basically still focuses around the ships. You're like, oh well, there's going to be a lot of air-to-air fighting. Not if most of the planes on the not if most of the planes on the playing board are are strike aircraft. So you got swordfish. We've used her quite a bit. I had several carriers, but the problem with the aircraft is that you can avoid situations Don't get me wrong, it's not like it was a shitty invention or anything. I'm just saying from a war game standpoint. You could avoid engagements that you would otherwise stumble into because of being able to, reconnaissance, So, I guess we decided to do these in a different order. Speaking of aircraft carriers, I was playing Silent Victor on Vassal, and on my third patrol encountered a Japanese escort carrier and put 3 torpedoes into it in a second. You love Campbell's Jutland analysis of the fighting, lots of diagrams of where shells hit and the effects. I have that one. I might have listened to that one. I've listened to a couple of them. One of them was Jellicoe's grandson's book. Another one was, I have many on Audible. I have Campbell's book here. I've got a naval history of World War One that's actually out by Paul Halpern, who was a professor of a history professor at Florida State University, and actually read that book. And it's available on Audible again. And that one has a lot of details about unusual things that you don't, it's not just the North Sea and that's it. It's got, a bunch of other stuff in it. And I've read a couple of books on the German World War One surface raiders and their antics. And yeah, it's mainly a paint scheme thing. Why I don't really get into the First World War. Like Atlantic, Arctic, Mediterranean theaters, naval war. Not that many carriers. Yeah, exactly. I love the Mediterranean. Yeah. I think one of the things that, and I mentioned this before, one of the things that would make the best movie, and when I say the best movie, if they made movies reasonable, is one of the cruisers, well, all the cruisers had an interesting situation that happened after the Battle of Coronel, just before they got decimated at the Battle of the Falkland Islands at the beginning of the First World War, von Spee Squadron. One of the cruisers in particular, I believe it was the Dresden, went off and didn't follow the other ones. Like for instance, the two heavy German ships, just which were very light from the standpoint of the 2 Invincibles that came down and stomped them. All the other ships kind of ran away and they got chased down in one way or another. The Dresden actually escaped from the battle and went back towards China Station in that direction and was playing hide and seek in the, we'll call them fjords of Lower Chile. And that part of that book that, I don't know, takes a matter of weeks or days or something like that. It's just crazy. That's just like, they go and they search in I'll call them fjords because that's kind of what they are. There's all kinds of nooks and crannies down there, Tierra del Fuego, etc., and on up a little bit. They would go in and they would we're looking for this German light cruiser. She's got a coal around here somewhere. So they, it's just the antics that happen along that just would make a tremendous movie. I've lost literally hours looking at Janes and Conways. It's like looking through kit catalogs. It is. I've got them both. I've got them all. I've got all 3 Conways. The Conways make Janes seem like crap. The Conways are really good. I didn't get my Conways until the mid-90s. I would used to go on my bike to University of Florida Library because when I lived at home in my late teens, and I would come down and scribble all kinds of stuff. They had a book there that was called Naval Weapons of World War II or something like that. And in there it would go through all of the weapon systems, and it would tell you what shells were manufactured for which caliber guns. Because Sea Creek allows you to change shell types, but there's some shell types that were never made for certain weapons. Like if you're talking about British 8-inch shells, like on the County class cruisers, they only made high explosive and semi-armor piercing. They didn't have AP, they didn't have common 6-inch British guns. Like in all their cruisers, they had high explosive in common. They didn't have armor piercing. They didn't, So if you allow ships to fire weapons of shells that they're never manufactured for them, it changes their penetration capabilities a lot. You know, you take one of those Southampton class light cruisers with 12 6-inch guns, and you give them AP, yeah, they can start getting close to a battle cruiser and really start putting a lot of hits that penetrate where they wouldn't be able to do that in real life. But just a way to make the game a little bit more realistic. But I remember taking trips to the University of Florida library where they had those books. I don't know why they had those books, but they did. And this was before Amazon, where you could just like buy your own freaking copy. But I would go to Conway's, and I went through all the data and made sure that the data in the game was accurate to Conway's, and the Conways have a lot of detail sometimes, and sometimes they have like almost no detail. It's weird, but they're definitely they're done in, I think, the late '80s, and so they have more accurate information that Jane's would have had at the time. Because Jane's is basically current events doing the stuff that would be on the ships. But yeah, a film about Cornell Falklands from the viewpoint of Canopus would be great. Good old Canopus. Conway books are great for repairing ship cards for some rules. Absolutely. I wouldn't mind using wooden blocks as counters for naval ships and planes, and play with that as instead of miniatures. Well, in practice, that sounds okay, but if you love the ships, that's not going to cut it for you. And I always say that, naval wargaming really is, if you don't have a love of the ships, if you don't like look at a silhouette and go, I know what that is, naval wargaming is going to get lost on you. It's a little bit like, enjoying music, but you can't hear. At least for me, that's how I look at it. But I have a passion for the things, for those steel monsters. It's the first World War II thing I really got into, was the ships, and it's because of my dad. I mean, it was a big part of it. He had that big coffee table book, and I just like, man, some of these ships are really cool. And then I got into World War II movies, and then, oh, you mean you can game this stuff? Oh, you mean you can build these little things? Oh, that's awesome, So that was really my World War II gateway, was naval. But because of those coffee table books. In Britain, they're called tea table books, I think. Oh. One thing I am stuck on, make all the counters in the gift size or game size of actual ships. Use that term if I wanted to get a naval worming and try out rules for making the plunge into miniatures. The look of ships, so yeah. Yeah, the only, if I had to get back into, I don't have any of them anymore. They don't cut the way they look. I learned my painting using World War II ships, and still, when I showed up to play, my stuff was still the best looking stuff on the table. But still, by today's standards, they just don't cut it. But if I got back into it, I would do 1/6000, and I would do Victorian, and do what if stuff like a World War One, but in like the 1890s, and not necessarily with the same allies as World War One. You could, with the shifting alliances and stuff like that. But that's what I would do. However, the problem with that period is that if you look at the paint schemes, how things were painted, almost every ships were painted basically almost all of nations in two different flavors. They were painted really pale gray, almost white overall, with ochre colored funnels, which looks like ass in my opinion. Okay, and wooden decks. Obviously, everybody has wooden decks. Wooden colored decks, not even painted over, or black hull, white upperworks, ochre funnels. That's, if you look at 90% of all the data or illustrations of ships of any navy, there's some combination of those two. And I wouldn't be able to do that because I don't want, say, French ships encountering British ships and they both look the same. So I'd have to come up with my own little tinker on that so that you can tell them apart from each other. Nothing drastic, but just, you know, anyhow. But yeah, but the British Navy just totally overwhelms everybody else in the Victorian period. I mean, the dreadnought race kind of reset it a little bit, but before that, it's ridiculous. But they were in stations all over the world, so it'd be easy to do, you know, have some scuffle off of Malaysia or something like that, you know, with a couple of ships. But the ranges are a lot closer, so you could have, you know, as impractical as it is, one of the things that's the most exciting in naval wargaming is when you start getting into ramming range, because exciting stuff happens when you ram another ship. It's not stuff you'd want to be doing in real life, and it's not practical, but it makes for good gameplay. It makes for good movie moments. Possibility about an imagination. Absolutely. Oh, well, I was typing that. You said it. I wouldn't want to create my own nations. I think that's a little silly for me. I'm not a fan of that. I'm good with the nations that already exist. But I'm fine, you know, with, you know, Germans and Russians, for instance, cooperating in one game, or, you know, the British and the Germans, you know, cooperating to fight the French, or, you know, it just depends on the situation. First experience naval wargaming was using ship-shaped cards and a data on them made from old Christmas cards. Moved to 1-3000 in 1979. Now, 1-3000 makes sense from a number standpoint, but I don't know why the U.S. went to 1-2400. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to. Some things just don't make any sense to me. Napoleonic game. You know, as a person who loves World War One and World War Two ships and ironclad ships, wooden ships just bore the shit out of me. Why? Because they all look the same. They don't, okay? I mean, but they do. You can't tell what ship it is by the silhouette. Let's put it that way. And yeah, not a fan of that. Okay, and then we got the other one that goes up here beside it. We don't have a lot left to do on this thing, but I wanted to go ahead and, before I put it away, be done with that before we do a. What about ancient naval war? Same reason, not interested. I haven't been interested in naval stuff until the last couple years of my life. Oh, here we go. We did a distracting moment. I didn't never drill the end of this one. Shit happens. Shit happens, and you'll see some of it happen here on my channel. Hey, I'm having a good time talking with friends, man. Never got into ancients. And I'm a fan of the Rome Total War series of games. I'm a sucky naval commander. I've pulled wins out of my ass in the actual like land combat. I can get defeated. I can outnumber somebody 10-1 and still lose the naval battle. I've watched videos. It's just not in me. Now, if you give me like a World War, you know, a modern naval game, not modern, but you know, 20th century, early 20th century, yeah, we could kick some ass with that. But there's some paper ships made by, I want to say by Hots. and and they're just cardboard ships, and they look stellar. You know, Rome, Greek, that kind of Rome, Carthaginian, Greek time period. They look really, really good. But again, you know, I have limited time. Do I really want to do that? Like yesterday, they had a game day. They played some Battle of the Bulge stuff with Flames of War. I didn't go. I decided to paint and clean out my closet instead. And I don't feel guilty because I don't want to play Flames of War. You know, I got limited amount of time to do stuff. You know, I could play Flames of War, and I have. And I didn't enjoy the game, and I don't want to learn it because it's so far from what I would consider enjoyable, what I'm interested in simulating, that it's just not for me. I like their website. Their website's great. It has a lot of really useful information, and I say that frequently. I just don't like their, the game's too basic for me. It's a company that does print out sticker ships that are top-down images. They cost a pretty penny, though, but they would do World War I and World War II. Yeah. We used to do some campaigns in the early 90s. I did an ABDA campaign for the guys that want to, oh, you want to do Pacific? Okay, well, we've got to do Guadalcanal or ABDA. You know, the early stuff. That's what I had gotten those Avalanche Press games for. And then just gaming group just kind of fell apart. I didn't really have anybody in town to game with from like 1994 until 2010. Nobody reliable to game with. I'd have to game at conventions and stuff like that. And now I'm like, I got people that want to game all the time. I don't have the time or interest in gaming all over this. They're just involved in too many different things. And I'm just not willing to do anything else that's going to inhibit my World War II juices. So I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. I don't really care. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to fucking up my Monday. My Monday night where I'm going to be up way too late. So, like I said, this part of the hobby is more important to me than the gaming part. I do a lot more of this. You game for an hour, and how much time do you spend building the stuff to play with that you game with for an hour? Yeah, a lot more. So, find gamers in my area who like naval warfare. Yeah, it's just not popular. Hell, I've had a hard time finding historical gamers since before Historical Game Shop closed 7 years ago. Tabletop Games did a series of top-down counter games for naval, space, Napoleonic, and ancient 1970s. I can only imagine what gaming was like in the 70s because, I mean, people just don't know about this stuff. And, I mean, we live in the internet age, and, like, people should if they're interested. All right, we're going to cut these things down. I don't know why I'm going to keep these base plates, but I am. And then we'll put these back in the box. I used to keep these sprues to make sprues, but they're useless. I've gone to using the wire. I've got more coming next week. Land of sprues. And then we'll go and pull out the Panzer IIIs. Do a deep dive on the Panzer IIIs and get the old The Squadron Signal books, man, they're like the go-to. They're like my first go-to thing, and I mean they're ancient, but they do a really good job of explaining things in real easy to understand language without being, you know, childish. Wonder why I'm missing a figure there. Oh, it's not. It's the tart. And the Panzer IIIs are specifically for Kursk. That's what the purpose of them is. That's what my purpose is. And I got something that's coming. My intention is to get some more Kursk stuff. When where's the box for these guys? Don't tell me I broke it apart. Oh, we'll set it over here for now. With the credits coming. Speaking of wire, what do you think would be good for 1/700 scale read for ships? I wouldn't do any, to be honest with you. That could be a task too far. But I can't think of anything better than a really thin sprue. It's a lot simpler in the 70s. You concentrated on the game. It was easy to get away. It was easier in the 70s. People weren't worried about trying to get women to play the game. In the 70s, it was just white guys playing the game and nobody worried about it. It's just like it always is. Hey, I'm all for having different demographics play war games, but the reality is they're just not interested in it. Oh man, you're gonna get canceled. What, for saying what I really feel? Whatever. People need to get some thicker skin. I have seen in all my wargaming, and we talk about everything here, and that's what I like about it. I have seen only a handful of people of color play the game, and it's usually black guys. And they're like the freaking most awesome people to be around, but they're just not there, you know? This is just kind of a hobby that nobody really knows about. I don't know. I don't know why. It's like participating in history. You know, it's a hell of a lot better than reenacting. I'm not wearing freaking wool in Florida. That's absurd. Okay. Yeah, the problem with sprue is sprue's gotten worse. Sprue, I swear in the 90s was a lot more consistent. I tried to make some and it was like, I was like blind trying to do it. You heard a story that they tried teaching artificial intelligence about diversity and the AI broke down and demanded it be destroyed after learning about it. After I went to my first show in Edinburgh in 1987, my attitude changed. I only paint figures used now. At least 3 colors need to be on the models. And only painted figures used now. I don't know what you're trying to say. You only paint modern figures? Or you paint used figures? I'll tell you what, I love doing refurbs. Okay, let's get out Panzer colors. Not Panzer colors, but Squadron Signal book on the Panzer III. before I got the Panzer III models of the earlier ones, that Plastic Soldier Company's Panzer IIIs were inaccurate, incorrect, overscale, all that stuff. But, and here's one of them. Let's see if we can get a side view, get an idea. And here is, obviously this is a later one, and you can see that the turrets on this one is just clunkier looking. A lot clunkier looking. In my Panzer III collections that I have, this is the Plastic Soldier Company, but this is a G model. But the height between here and the top here is higher than this. This has the right shape. You know, every model is inaccurate to some way or another. Okay, you just have to get over it. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to work on any models. You know, if that's the case, you know, you won't get anything done. This is the Plastic Soldier Company. This is an Eschi one that, but I made this one as a Panzer. But this is on the M chassis. You can tell because it's got the muffler exhaust that's up off. Instead of being all the way down here, it's up off, so they could do some deeper weighting and not knock the engine out. And then this is an L that is a die cast. Yeah, see the muffler on this one is down in there. So you're only going to be able to get it in about 1.5 feet of water or something like that before you're going to start having issues. Where this one's supposed to be like a 3-foot weight or something like that. Not exactly a schnorkel, but you know, some deeper weighting capabilities. So what we're going to do is the 3 tanks that come in that set. Oh, and here's the L from Revell. This is a freaking gorgeous model. This is separate link track, all kinds of stuff. But you can tell, look at the shape of the turret. It's a lot lower profile than this tall one, which is inherently inaccurate. And it's bigger. It's bigger by, I don't know, 5%, 6% or something like that. Doesn't bother me. It just figured I'd mention it. All of the other niceties that Plastic Soldier Company has, I think, outweigh that, but it does look a little largish. But we're not making a diorama, you know. So all the other these Panzer III set, as I took a look at them, are all based on a turret of this type. So the turret, even though it's going to be all, you know, I'm going to make vehicles that are of this vintage, they're going to have this type of turret on it, okay? And I have a ton of L's. These are one of these die-cast L's. I had like 5 of these. I have one of these that was gifted to me as a kit, which is also an L. The nice thing is they made a lot more L's than they did any of the other ones. Actually, they had a lot of J's, but the J's had to be split between the 2 different gun armaments. So there was a lot of L's that were at Kursk, a lot of M's at Kursk, but they only made 250 M's, so where they made over 1,000 L's. So we're planning on making this set that you can make J's, M's, L's, and N's. I'm going to make these probably 2 M's and an N with Schertzen. So we got to put an antenna in this one. And you can actually make Panzers as well, but I've already got one, so there's no point in making one and then it replaces the other one. But anyway, so let's go do a deep dive. I want to just kind of compare these. I'm going to leave these on the table, so if there's some pieces that need to be compared to or what have you, it might be interesting to do a compare and contrast with what we have there. But before we do anything else, I want to, because I know that there is inherent problems with some Panzer III kits, and they have to do with They have to do with some details. Let's go up like this, and I'm going to do SUI. No, I hate that vehicle. I don't like captured vehicles, and no, I'm not a fan of that one. They didn't make that many of them anyways. Let's see if I can do this. Let's go to my camera options. I can do it. It's a little clunky. Let's double flip and then rotate. Okay, perfect. Yeah, the more I do these funky flip things, the better I'm going to get at them. Let's go a little bit higher. That way you can carry along. File plate, unplated miniatures. Oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, the Yorkshire Wargamer. Yeah, he does some inspirational shit. I'm fascinated by how he does the water. That's everything else I can handle. Just the water. I've just never done it before. 1987, a model has to have at least 3 colors on it for it to be used in my games. Courageous opinion, you don't have to have a completed model to play. Oh, well, whatever works for you. I'm inspired by people whose stuff I like better than my own. I'm like, screw you. I'm up in my game. But, I understand other people don't have to have that anal retentive mentality. The side escape doors. So these vehicles, let's get an early one so you can see. The Panzer III had these potentially sided. Of course, now the model's upside down because I flipped it. Here we go. I got to remember I don't have to flip things for you guys now. We rotated the camera. The side escape doors that are here eventually got eliminated. There's some details that on Panzer IIIs as they started getting development, they cut corners on doing things on. This is one of them. The side turret periscopes was another one, which wasn't a periscope, it's a vision slot. So it may have had a slot in it, but sometimes they were solid, you could just rotate up. Well, imagine if you got hit by an HE shell, okay, that doesn't penetrate the turret, but you're going to get some of that's going to come into the turret. That's going to be a problem. You don't want to be inside of a turret that's filled with ammunition while people are lighting off fireworks that are rocking you back and forth. So they eliminated the side view things on the turret. This one's for the loader and the one for the gunner here on the other side. The pistol ports, which you can barely make out here, they have these pistol ports that are in the 3/4 positions down here, the 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock position on the turret. They eliminated those on later marks. Same thing with the Panzer IVs. Did the same thing with the Panzer IVs. The Panzer IVs, after the F2, the Gs and everything had these eliminated. And they would do things, I would imagine they did them the same thing on here on the Panzer IVs. They would have these 2 viewports up front. They eventually got rid of the loader one on this one. They're rectangular, but they taper up almost into a diamond shape on there. Just ways of easing production and things like that. So we want to make sure that we get those details correctly, because if you look at the instructions that come in there, it tells you to go ahead and put the escape hatches, and the M's may not have them. I don't remember. I haven't done enough of them, so I want to make sure that I don't get that wrong. And because that's an easy thing to fix. There's just some things that, not every model is accurate. Like, for instance, this turret may not be the most accurate turret shape, but it gets the point across. That's too big a conversion to go and modify that, at least for me. The Panzer IV set that comes from Plastic Soldier Company, you can build an F1, an F2, a G, and an H. You can build all of those, but they give you the same turret. The turret they give you has these side things, which in reality you can only use for an F1 or an F2. You have to cut those off if you're going to have a G or an H. They just didn't have them on there. Especially the H. I don't know that I've ever seen a picture of an H without the Schertzen on the turret, and having this side viewport with Schertzen is useless. You open it, oh look, it's the back side of the Schertzen. You can't see anything, okay? So that was just a cost-saving device that they did, and you would have to modify. That's kind of like a big deal for me, and it's an easy enough to fix. You just scrape it. So we want to make sure that when we build our M's and N, we don't have any of these details that are not intrinsic to that particular model. Okay, look at the size of the opening for the Commander compared to, say, this one. It's significantly overscale. Whatever, it's a War Games model. These are excellent little models, and I've wanted to get one for so long. So, I understand that they aren't perfect, but it works. So, all right. So let's go to, yeah, here you go. Here you have all the models at a glance. I love these books because they give you just enough detail and not enough, confusion. So you got so these side escape things, right? That's what it was for. It was, your tank's burning. You have, unlike Panzer IVs, here you have the guys that are in the hull, which is the assistant gunner / radio operator, and the driver. They don't have their own hatch. These two half hatches are to access the transmission, I believe, or some kind of the workings of the tank. You can't crawl through them. Okay, so if they have to bail, they've got to come up through the turret and go out these side things, or through the commander's hatch, or through these side escape things in the vehicle, which the vehicle better not be moving, because you're going to get caught up in all this. But what ended up happening is they would store a lot of ammunition and things in the way. There was no OSHA where they would say, no, you can't store that. That's a legitimate exit area. So they would put things in front of it and they wouldn't be able to get out. So they ended up doing away with them. And as you can see, the G's have them, the H's have them, the J's have them, but the L's and the M's don't. So even though the instructions may say to put them on there, and I don't know if they do, I'm not going to put the side escape hatches on my models of those tanks. Okay? And you can already tell that this one, it's an L, actually has them on there. So maybe there were some models of L's that did have them. But again, probably an inaccurate model if that's the case. This one doesn't have them. The SU does not have them. And this one does. That's an L. So, little things like that. This is all pre-modeled and molded in one piece, so there's not really much I can do about it. But I can avoid putting them on there if they're not supposed to have it. Okay? So let's go put my glasses back on so I can find myself. And let's take a look. Never knew about the pistol ports and it's stuff you learn in 1/35th scale modeling, and no model kit is completely inaccurate. I had a guy that used to come in the hobby store. We'll call him Larry because his name was Larry, and he was like a cool nerd burglar. Okay, he was a nerdy dude, but I liked him. He wasn't he would come in and he would we'd talk about kits and stuff like that, and he was he would always would say, okay, well, you can't build that one because if you got to build the Italiary turret, or if you do buy the Italy turret, you got to do this, that, and he would tell you all these ways of converting a tank, and we would laugh that we'd never get anything done because he was always trying to correct things. Well, at some point you got to build the stuff you have and do the best you can with what you have them. But I wanted to get a Panzer, a Panther for Kursk, a D, and at that time in the early 90s they didn't make one. So I got the Tamiya Panzer IV Panther kit, 1/35th scale, which was an A, and I don't know, ran about $20 or something like that. And I ended up mail ordering a resin conversion kit, which came with a new turret that had all the details that the turret has. It's slightly different. The cupola is very different. There's pistol ports and stuff in the turret that the later model Panthers didn't have. And then the road wheels, which instead of having 32 bolts, they only had 16. That one's not that noticeable, especially in 1/72nd scale, but a 1/35th. So I got all that stuff, and you spend a whole lot of money trying to make everything perfect, and there's always something that isn't exactly 100% accurate. You just have to deal with it and just do whatever is good enough for you, you know. So I am really anal retentive as far as painting with details of stuff because I think that's important to me. If I don't get the exact details of stuff, or if I'm using a Panzer 4 that maybe a Panzer 3 that maybe doesn't have the most accurate turret, I'm okay with that, you know. It's but I want to paint it the gray I'm happy with and do it the weathering that I'm happy with, you know. So to what degree certain things are important to you, well, you can decide. So see, this is what I'm talking about. That there is some misinformation sometimes. I was pretty confident in this drawing, right, that the L does not have any of these side things, side openings. If you look at the drawing for an L, it does have them. I can't turn this upside down. You know? And the N has them as well. So if the N has it, the M should have it. So let's find out whether or not, and maybe they made some of each and they can make our own determination. I'm telling you, sometimes you just have to, you know, some things are more important than others, you know. That's not as noticeable as say if the pistol ports are on there. You know, so here's a different thing. I mean, this is the gunner's position. So here we have a Panzer 3J. When they first came out, they had the short 50, which isn't really that short of a gun, but it is a 42 caliber weapon as opposed to a 60 caliber weapon. Here it looks like they've got it's not really a periscope. You have the side slot because it literally rotates up, and you could, if you were standing here, you could see inside. There'd be a little box. It literally lifts it. But this early one has a slot in there where you could conceivably see out of it, although you'd have to be lined up perfectly on it. Looks like they eliminated here. See, they got rid of that. Like I said, if you take an HE shell and you've got a little slot, there's some heat and plus other stuff that's going to come through that and damage your crew. You got to keep your crew safe. And that's one of the advantages that the Germans had in the early wars, had really experienced crews. And the fighting conditions in their Panzer 3s and 4s were pretty good compared to, say, the T-34s, you know. Now you look in game terms, and yeah, these tanks can't stand up to a T-34 because of sloped armor and so forth. But okay, so Panzer 3L. See, at a glance, you can just look at this and say, oh, they eliminated the vision port. They eliminated the vision port here on the front of the turret for the loader. You know, it's got the spaced armor. Well, we know that. That's what makes an L. So from the J to the L, they eliminated that side thing. Okay. Hopefully the model doesn't have it on there, or we're going to have to eliminate that because that's kind of a big deal. That's pretty noticeable. Okay. We also have applique army that would be added from the J to the L. They took this bolt-on piece and literally put it around it. Okay, that's kind of important. We got to make sure it has that, because the M basically builds onto the L. But yet there's no side escape hatches in this drawing. So we'll have to do a little bit of reading to make sure. Yeah. So Panzer 3L late, escape hatch deleted. So it looks like maybe the early L's had it and the late ones didn't. Fair enough. Okay, when you get to the M, got the muffler, obviously. The most noticeable difference on it. The L's did not have the smoke dischargers on it, and the M's did. Of course, I've seen pictures of L's with them, and I actually like the way they look. I think they look badass. They look better with those on there. Now, here's one of the things that's not so noticeable, and probably something I'm just going to have to deal with, regardless of what comes on the model, is the L's have the lights up here in the front glasses plate, whereas the M's have them on the fenders. So for instance, this is an L and they're on the glacis plate. Okay. This is an M kit and they're on the fenders. So we're good. We haven't failed yet. So if it gives me the option to do either one, I want to make sure that I put them on the fenders. And they do have the pistol ports. Interesting. Looks like they kept the pistol ports on there. Okay, this is interesting, and this is probably going to be an issue on the model. I'm guessing. I'm extrapolating here. We are planning on doing in one N. The M has a two-piece cover opening on all the hatches. All the Panzer IIIs have that. That's typical. They went to a single one on late Ns. Okay, so we don't have to do a late N. All right, we can do an early N. Fair enough. And here's the command version. All right. We good so far? We kind of understand the basic stuff. Now let's look at some of this details on here. What's one of the pit traps, scale model building is add-on stuff. The price skyrockets. Not in Soviet Russia. Crew is replaceable as his vehicles. Mr. Ben did notice that Rick spent over $100 on dice, like the moon dice he got. Yeah, he's a moon bat. Probably a level too far, but it'd be a useful resource if the original blueprints were floating around online. They must be in the Bundesarchive. Yeah, sometimes it's better not to know some things because you might spend like 3 weeks working on something. So let's go to the L details where it talks about the deletion of the and again, there's write-up, but it's not intensive. Okay, it's not like this forever book on and on and on about things. Let's see, I'm going to scan here. In an effort to reduce production time and conserve resources, a number of items were deleted from the vehicle. This is from the J to the L, including the hull side escape hatches, the loader's vision port in the mantlet, and the turret side vision port. So the turret side vision ports for both the loader and the commander on the side were eliminated. And, well, it doesn't have it here. It would be on the loader's one here on the front, which would be this one. So this would be either an inaccurate L or an early L. It must be an early L because it's got the side escape hatches on as well. Okay, so we'll make sure. I'm going to write some notes here so we don't make a fatal mistake here. So we want to make sure that if we're building M's, we have no turret, what do they call them? Side vision ports. No loader mantlet port. No side escape hatch in hull. Okay? And we'll see if those directions they gave us are accurate. Okay? Originally 11, and this is what's important. Originally 1100 Aust Ls were ordered. However, only 653s were actually produced. In mid-42, nearly half the Ls were canceled to allow production of a new variant mounting the 75mm howitzer. So they canceled about half of the 1100 to make ones for Ns, because that's the variant with the Ns. Okay, they only made 250 M's. We'll get to that part. But so there was like more than twice as many L's. That's why I say you think M's. Oh, every Panzer III that was at Kursk was an M. They only made 250 of them. So some of them had to be L's there. Okay, let's look the write-up on the M's, and then we'll be able to do the deep dive here. Let's not mark with a pen because I don't want to get markings on a book because I've had this book for 30 years and I'd like to keep it that way. I don't want to rebuy this book. The Panzer III M was the final production model of the basic Panzer III. Originally 1,000 were ordered, however this order was reduced in anticipation of the introduction of the Panther. The reduced effectiveness of the 60 caliber gun in combat against the Soviet T-34 also led the Army to further reduce orders for the M. In the event, only 250 vehicles were completed as Panzer III M tanks. 165 hulls were set aside for Stug 3 production, 100 were built as flamethrowers, and still others were completed as N support tanks. So it looks like there were some N's that were made from L hulls and M hulls. The major difference between the L and the M was the provision for the deep weighting, right? That's the muffler. Had the capability to weight up to 4.5 feet deep. Exhaust system completely redesigned. Extended exhaust pipes. Okay. Number detail changes were also introduced. The headlights were repositioned from the glacis to the position on the fenders. So we'll put fender lights. Late production M's were fitted with thin armor turret and hull skirts for protection against hollow charge anti-tank rounds and anti-tank rifles. That's one of the things that we didn't know back then. Back in the 90s, we didn't know that that's really one of the things that they used them for, is to put, there was all kinds of Soviet anti-tank 14.5 millimeter anti-tank rifles that were all over the place in the Soviet inventory, and keep those things from creating some extra damage, to give them an extra piece of metal that they had to go through. We didn't know that in the early 90s. We're like, oh, they're like bazookas. Like, there's no bazookas, 250 ounce. The smoke candles under the tailplate were replaced by 3 90 millimeter smoke dischargers mounted on each side of the turret. So we got to have turret smoke dischargers. $250 M gun tanks were delivered between late 42 and early 43 and were used primarily to replace combat losses during 43. I don't care about the Panzer because we're not building one of those. The N support tank. It was a final variant and remaining production from late 42 until August of 43. That's late. When Panzer III production was terminated. These vehicles were built from existing Panzer III J's, L's, and M's and were virtually identical to the corresponding gun tank, except for the howitzer and internal ammunition stowage provides to accommodate the different sized ammunition casings, with a total of 64 rounds being carried. The majority of N's, interesting, did not mount spaced armor on the gun mantlet. I did not know that. Because the extra weight of the 75 millimeter howitzer. Late production vehicles were fitted with a thicker cupola, fitted with a one-piece hatch. So they didn't always have a one-piece hatch. So this is M. And late models, one-piece hatch. Also, no spaced mantlet armor, okay? During conversion, fittings were added to allow thin armor skirting to be mounted on the turret and hull. Beginning in 43, ends became arriving from the factory covered in Zimmerit. I've never seen a Panzer free of any kind with Zimmerit on it. I've never seen a picture of one. I'm not saying it didn't happen, just never seen a picture of one. 220 pounds, and we're not putting it on it, because I don't like how it looks on Panzer IVs to begin with. Short barreled, and you wouldn't have them at Kursk. There's no Zimmerit at Kursk yet. Short barrel howitzer would be used early model Panzer IVs, available in large numbers as the Panzer IVs were upgunned. Successive first ends built from, there was only 3 Panzer IIIJs that were converted into ends. 447 Ls led to the conversion of an additional 213 Ms, plus another 37 vehicles converted from various Panzer III variants that were returned to the factory for major overhaul or repair. So it sounds like if you have a bunch of extra Panzer IIIs, you can use them and convert them into ends. That's cool. A total of 700 ends were produced so the ends were more common than the M's by a factor of over 2 to 1. Wow, I didn't know that. Between mid-43 and August 43. Ends were used primarily in the fire support role in the Panzer VI Tiger battalions and Panzer Grenadier divisions. Well, yeah, they accompanied the Tigers, so they basically fired HE so the Tiger could focus on AP, but there weren't that many tank battalions, so they had to be in other areas as well. So here's, just when it talks about none of them have mantlet armor, here's one that does. This end support tank built on a Panzer IIIL chassis is unusual that it's spaced armor on the gun mantlet. The wire mount on the cupola is an anti-aircraft mount for the MG-34 machine gun. So here's the rules. By the way, you can break all the rules whenever you want. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, I think we have what we need. I think we have what we need. Okay, so this is the stuff that I wanted to look in before I follow instructions to the T. Let's flip this back around now. And they send me on the wrong way. And they don't necessarily do it to be nefarious. They just do it because whoever's putting these things together is probably a little less anal retentive than the modeler that's going to do it. Okay? Because there are inaccuracies in some of these things. When you start trying to lump all these models in one box, it doesn't give you all these kind of details. I really like Plastic Soldier Company. Their instructions aren't the best. They're clear, but they don't give you all the details on there. So let's take a look at a sprue. Okay, there's 6 vehicles in here, 6 sprues. So we're going to pull one of them out. That's kind of nice that, I'm sorry, there's 3 vehicles in here, 6 sprues. So each vehicle has 2 sprues. So you have one that has the spaced armor on it and the running gear, and the other one that has the hull details, commander, etc. And the instructions are in here as well, which may or may not be 100% accurate based on what we read. I want to look at all that stuff up before I end up putting all 3 of them together and have to and screw it around with them. Okay. So here is the instructions. Actually, let's flip this back around. That way you guys aren't, in case you guys happen to be watching, you guys may just be using me as background noise for your own hobbying thing. I don't blame you. I do shit like that too. Or used to do stuff like that before I created my own content. Let's move these Panzer IIIs out of the way. Okay. Can we zoom out a little bit? Let's see if we can zoom out a little bit. Let's see, we can, that's zooming in. Let's zoom, no. We have to do it the old way of zooming out. There we go. And we need to move more this way. Perfect. And unfortunately, this light is giving a whole lot of kickback here. You can barely make out what this is. Okay, so this is, we're interested in building these two particular models. You cannot make a late one of these because it does not have a one-piece hatch. They all have the two-piece hatches here. Okay. The intent is to make one M with the turret hatch open and a commander in it, and then one with it closed, and then an N with it closed. Okay. Can we get a free tank out of this? And by that, I mean, no. Meaning, can I put an N turret on somebody else and still build an M? But I can't. I can build a... I can build an extra J turret to use on... What would I be able to use it on? I don't have any spare holes. I may do it anyways. I may make an extra J. I may make one of these turrets. But I'd have to have a J. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We don't throw away spare parts anyways, so let's make an M. Let's make an M. Bit of putty over the hatch. Join as one piece. Well, I don't want to do it that badly. I'm fine doing an early version of it. I'm absolutely fine doing an early version. Yeah, see, here's the thing. It automatically tells you to put this side escape hatch. You know, so you just unquestionably put it on there, and the next thing you know is you've got an M and an N with it on there, and it didn't have it. That's why I wanted to do that research, you know? So we want to make sure we don't put that side escape hatch on those vehicles. That's why we did it. I knew that would just leave you that astray instead of saying, you know, only use this if you're doing this model or this one. Okay? All right. So, and I'm not going to check that the road wheels have the right amount of bolts or anything like that. That's a detail too far. So let's get it's wanting me to build a mantlet first. I'm not listening to that. I'm doing the hole first. The hole, there's only one hole. Okay, and the back plate that goes on the hole, which depends on which one you want. You see this one has the little mufflers that are already built on it. Well, you're only using that if it's a J or an L, because the M's have this device on there, which almost guarantees means you're going to use this one. But we're going to check it anyways to make sure if that's the case. And it should be the red one, which is the one that has none of those details on there. So yeah, we're going to cut that one out. Okay, set it off to the side. The track assembly, it's got these little marker holes. We'll have to fill those in with putty because we're not putting those on there. I knew they were going to leave you astray on that kind of shit. And it's not a gripe against Plastic Soldier Company. I really like them, you know, even without all the, with some of the problems that they have. Let's go ahead and clean these up while we're at it. Those kind of fixes are easy to do. You know, replacing with another turret or doing major conversions or something like that. Now here they actually give you 2 turrets, so the later turret shouldn't have these vision things on there, and they don't. That one does not have the vision things on there, so that's good. Move this guy off to the side. This plastic they use is the opposite of brittle. Well, it's not gummy, but it's definitely not brittle. Here they give you at least 2 turrets. The Panzer IV kit does not give you 2 turrets. So I believe if you want to make an F1 or an F2, you're okay. But if you're making a G or an H, you need to take this little vision port that's on it and get rid of it, or just leave it on there and, you know, be judged. No, I mean, I don't care what other people do. That's an easy enough fix to do. And honestly, I like the way it looks better with a vision port, but hey, I didn't design the vehicle. I don't need to be super precise on this because all of this is hidden. But I would like for this to set somewhat even on it. And we're going to test fit. German idler wheels at the front. That sits like this. Good. And this one sits like so. Okay. Tracks on the early PSC are improvement on rubber tracks, but the FOT of the tracks is difficult. I don't know what that means. I think they have pretty good detail. Whether or not they're accurate, I don't worry about that kind of stuff. That's a little too much. I'd rather spend my time on something else. But these tracks are absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely freaking gorgeous. These separate link ones. And if you watch my separate link video, well, I didn't make a set specifically. People aren't interested. I took the poll. People aren't interested in me doing put together kits. That's fine. I do this stuff live for me, so I can stay on track. But the separate link track, I think it took 10 minutes to put each side on, and I think it's pretty doable. Of course, I think anything that I do, other people should be able to do. It's not that difficult. You just need to be patient, and even more than patient, you have to realize that don't try to do things on the go the first time around. Same thing goes with like doing Soviet lettering or slogans on the tanks. Don't try to get it the very first time you do it. It's going to take some tinkering and pace yourself. The fit of the tracks is difficult. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I won't have a problem with it, but I can see that it can give some other people some problems. See, it's telling me to assemble them before I put them on the tank. Yeah, I'm not doing that. We're going to put them on here first. I've built these things before. There's not really any fit issues on the Panzer IIIs. I don't follow instructions. Look, they told me to put something on there that the vehicle doesn't have. Liar. I knew that was going to come up. I just had a feeling that was going to come up. That's why we have books. And you can find this information on the internet. But man, the Squadron Signal books are really like the best. Big fan of them. And I've had them a long time. Might as well use stuff you have. Okay, so here's the 2 sides. Okay, let's go ahead and put this back plate before we have a problem. fitting it on there. Let's close this up so we don't knock this over. And again, it's not clear. It says attach it here, and it's not clear whether or not you attach it to the top or the bottom portion. I'm guessing it's the bottom. Yeah. There's a modeler out there, I don't forget who it is, on one of the groups I'm a member of. He uses that Vallejo mud. Man, it looks freaking incredible. Assembly area out of frame. Okay. Well, let's just switch back to how we normally do things. How about that? Have a little bit more control there. That's one click of this one and 2 clicks of this one. All right, and now it's easier to manage this angle. Oh, now we got this thing loose. Okay. So we're going to bolt this thing down, bolt it down, weld it. When you use this cement, it's all welded construction. Okay. I know the shirts in on these are too thick. Whatever. It's a War Games model, you know. You know, you buy extra shirts in that are made out of photo etch material. It costs twice as much as the tank, and it's not durable. And I have to break somebody's hands when they destroy it. So for the sake of not breaking somebody's hands, I will not do that. Okay. The hole, important because there are there's one hole. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There's one hole, and it's the same hole for this one, which means the lights are here, not on the fenders. Well, I'm just going to have to leave them there and not make lights to go on the fenders. You know, I acknowledge it's a problem, but it's not worth my time dealing with it. Okay, we want the blue one, which is the one with the 3. It's this one. I acknowledge that those things are inaccurate, but at some point, you need to be happy with what you have. And I could take these off, but man, it would take a long time. A long time. And it's just not worth it. Perfect. You know, you do all that, and then the vehicle still is 5% too big. So, and I'm not men who stare at headlights. Some details are more important than others to me. You know, pattern of the road wheels isn't necessarily an important one. Where the hatches are on the vehicle are more important. I mean, my rules are anal retentive, but it doesn't make a difference of how far you can see based on the spacing of where their headlights are. But just one of those things, compromises are made. Just like this is, you can barely tell what it is. This little box that's on the back, I'm going to point it out here. But this is the smoke candle launcher. Okay, so it stands to reason the vehicles that have the smoke candle launcher on the turret, like these did, would not have the little box here in the back for the smoke candles. Am I going to cut that off? No. No, we'll leave it be. Because if I do that, then I'm going to have to detail this other stuff on here. And I just... Well, unless the whole back of that plate is smooth. Unless the whole back of that plate is smooth. So can we see a picture of a Panzer IIIM from the rear? That's an L. Doesn't show it there. The stuff that I'm doing, you know, I'm enjoying the part where I'm doing it. When it starts becoming unenjoyable, I'm just like, not going to do that part. Yeah, this is what the back of this model looks like. This right here, this one right here, has the back plate of this, which is an F. So if we look at an M, it's this one. It looks like it's totally flush. Shit, I might actually do that. I might take the back of it and make it smooth. Let's go online and I may not mind doing that. I may not mind doing that at all. Let's see. Let's go to, and that way I can show you guys how easy it is to do. Panzer IIIM rear. Okay, and let's look at images. And there's nothing better than photographic evidence. Of course, you got to make sure you are in fact looking at the Panzer IIIM. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose altogether. And a lot of these are not M's. Oh, we took the M off, that's why. Okay, here is an IPMS one. And it's totally flush. I'm gonna take that stuff off. Let's make sure all this other stuff matches. Yep. Do you have extra road wheel things on it? Looks like it. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and take that off. some water for this. Let's use a new one. I don't know how worn this one is, but so I buy 120 of them. This is easy to do. And it's better to do it now than realize, oh man, I wish I would have known that before I built it. Yep. Who knows, maybe by the end I'll take the freaking lights off the front and put them moving to the... I don't know where I'm moving the fenders, unless I've got extra lights. Oh shit, I may. One thing at a time. I probably do have extra lights from Panzer. How many Panzer 3 kits do I have? The die-cast ones don't have them. That one, I may have them. Well, I'm not going to order any, so if I have them, I'll do that. If not, I won't. Let's see if I can. Well, if I screw this up, you guys will get to see how I fix it. So far, so good. The whole thing is just taken in baby steps. I'm going to go ahead and get a bigger piece of sandpaper. Have it handy. And I have multiple grits. And what I normally use is this one, which is a little too fine. Way too fine. That's too thick. We're going to use this one. 20 years ago, I wouldn't have the patience for this. Now I'm like, this is cool. Challenge accepted. Lasts a hell of a lot longer if you cut these in pieces that are manageable. And I think you can use this stuff wet too. Yeah, it shouldn't take long. Fire up the new Dremel tool for this. But I haven't done an unboxing on it. I haven't even opened it out of the package. I've had it over a week and I haven't opened it out of the package. Sometimes I have the patience of a saint for some things, and sometimes I don't. Almost there. And then you can huff this stuff. Okay. This plastic is like I freaking deal. It's very lubey. has, it's not, it doesn't have flex, but has just a little bit. It's more oily than most, which means it's not gonna crack. And we're done. There may be a little bit of a ridge there, but I'm not going to mess with that anymore. I think we're plenty. Well, what happens if, what happens if, what happens if I did this mainly because if you can pull stuff like this off, this is some empowering crap. It's nearly gone. Perfect. Look at that. Done. This is some empowering crap. You don't have to do it, you know, but it feels good to be able to do it, you know. Coincidentally, in all future games, your M's will now be taken out by a common amount of rear armor penetration. Well, I didn't mess with the plate, just the other stuff on there. Okay. Awesome. Guess what? I just earned myself a Coke. I'll be right back. Magic of wet and dry sandpaper. This stuff is great. I probably paid more than I needed to, but I bought it from my local store. It's made by, I don't know who it's made by, but it was like $7. But it has all these different grits, and they're all the plastic paper, and you cut it in bits, and it's just, plastic's awesome, man. You can do all this stuff, and you don't have to exert tons of pressure on it, or you could end up hurting yourself in the process. I don't mean because you're a wimp. I just mean that if you're drilling down on something and it slips, you could hurt yourself. You know, so you don't have to do any heavy horsepower things. I saw these SU-76 things, so let's get him out. Let's get those guys out of the way. I'm not going to look right now and see if I've got any extra Panzer III headlights. I probably don't, because if I have extra ones, they would come in here in this kit, and I used them. So I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave the no, you know what I could do? I could split the difference. I could split the difference. I could go ahead and take them off, and then if I have some later, I can drill them into the top. Now let me look at this and see if I even want to do a deep dive in this. Shit. Part of me wants to do it just to prove something. Later on at dinner table, and then I remove the smoke gear candle. Yeah. I'm gonna tell him about it, and she'll be like, wouldn't understand. But that's not solved by just saying, well, you know what, I'm just going to marry a dude. He'll get it. Nope. All right. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it alone because I have that Dremel tool that's powered by a foot that I haven't messed with. I get really low RPMs and then take it with a small bit and just do it directly. Because if I do it with this, I have two methods to do it. I can cut down and then scrape off, but then if I cut too far down, yeah, I'll leave it for later. I can always do it with that other tool after it's already built. Okay? All right, as we were. This is the N. This is the M. The N, I could conceivably leave the back plate how it is because it's just made from an earlier version that has all those other things. But I'm probably going to remove it. Okay, so this goes back here. Anything keeping us from gluing this in place? No. Okay. Nice, okay. The front, let's make sure that the front plate it's all one piece. And has the machine gun installed in it. Tricky. So yesterday I did not do wargaming with the pals and decided to clean my closet instead. I wasn't going to go wargaming with them anyways, so didn't really matter what I did. You know, you don't live alone. And when you don't live alone, you can't just decide, I'm going to go do something. And what you go do, is it worth it? So, hey, the guys are doing a wargaming thing. Oh, you want to go? I said, nope. I'd rather do, is they're playing stuff I'm not interested in playing. And I didn't say, hey, if you want me to come, you got to play something different. No, you play whatever you want. If it works for me, I'll be there. And if not, it won't. Harking back to something you mentioned on a previous video, I was watching another painter and his work area looked like a Jackson Pollock painting. It was too disruptive. I had to stop watching. You know, you want to take a look at what we got going on? It's too chaotic right now. And I'm going to clean this before I do something else. But, you know, I've got stuff out of the way. It's easy to put away, but it's things that, you know, have been here. But there ain't a fucking thing painted on my paint area. I mean, this is disruptive enough. And I'm not a neat freak. I'm not a messy person either. It's not like you got to push trash out of my way to get inside my house. And I don't have ADD, but I get annoyed that I get distracted by things. And things cost money, folks, and I didn't even pay anything for this cutting mat, but I want to take care of it because I don't want to have to buy one. You know, if I cut on this cardboard, then it's got to go to the cardboard to get to the cutting mat. Do I have some cuts that have gone to the cutting mat? Yes, but they're few and far between, and it's extra superficial. Cutting on this and then having to look at it, it just makes all the videos look like shit. You know? Yeah, I'm the exception to the rule. Jackson Pollock. Did you watch that spray painting video from that broadsword girl? She's actually spray painting, airbrushing, and airbrushes on her mat. I mean, what? You know, no. You gotta take care of things you have, folks. You know, because we're not all made of money. And we've all been. I'm not going to say dirt poor, but we've been poor at one point in our lives. And you need to be frugal with the things that you can be frugal with. So that you can... It's just stupid to be wasteful. You know? And yeah, it's distracting. I don't know how people do it. And one of my favorite painters... One of my favorite miniature painters is a guy who has his painting area is like a nightmare. Like, let's say you move a piece, like, fuck, where is it? Is it the... Oh, no, that's paint. That's paint, too. It makes my head hurt. You know, when you have to squeeze your brain to see what's going on. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah. Well, I am glad that you're on my team. I appreciate you. But I need to pick this stuff up just because, you know. And what I'm really bad about is I use a paint, I move it over. Instead of like, okay, take these paints, asshole, and put them away, you know. And the stuff's right here. It's just a matter of... And the time when we've had to clean our house, it's like, look at all this. You know, there's so many things you purchase that just come with too much packaging. And if you don't throw that stuff away, you end up sitting it off to the side. You have all this extra packaging that you don't need all around your house. None of it is like, you know, a health hazard. It's just, it gets in the way. I could do a better job. But I'm glad the chaos bothers you. And this fits in there nicely. Let's go ahead and glue that in. And it's just like that little conversion I did for the tail end of this vehicle. It freaking feels good. When you have a clean area, it freaking feels good. You could focus your attention on something else. Like yesterday I cleaned my closets and I got rid of, sounds like I'm going to throw them away. Now they'll get donated. I got rid of clothes I haven't worn in like 5 or 6 years. I don't like getting rid of clothes, but I realize I'm not going to wear them. They don't look good on me anymore because, you know, I'm packing. Even though I'm still gamer size medium, maybe even small. Some of you folks need to get even more exercise than I do. We could all exercise more. There's no doubt about that. But if I hadn't had the wife saying, what about this? What about this? You spend too much time cogitating and it doesn't feel good, you know. So it was nice having an extra person just kind of going through, verbalizing, okay, we don't need this. The last time I used this, and just, you know, donate it to somebody. Trying to find somebody to donate because I don't like taking my clothes, and my clothes are just like my books and stuff. I mean, I take care of things, you know. I don't have shirts with stains in them or holes in them. They just, usually what happens is after a time they start changing, change shape, or they just start getting a little on the short end. And that's without us putting shirts in the dryer. We hang dry all our shirts. So, Mr. Cheney, happy birthday. Mr. Cheney has the same birthday that I do. And actually, I know one other person has the same birthday too. And screw that Napoleon guy. I didn't even know about him. His ass kicking being on the same day. You just got armored skirts to protect against AP rounds. Yep. Yeah, back in the day, they told us, we were told that they were against bazookas. And that's stupid because they didn't even have bazookas on the Eastern Front. And no, it was actually for AP rounds. The anti-tank rifle rounds. Okay, suspension time. Let's see if these things are difficult to put together or not. This is the year I liked this birthday because even though it didn't feel like it was my birthday, I had to share it with Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you too. On that note, I feel the inverse of my age. So I just turned 52 and I feel like I'm 25. I say that, but and I do. I don't feel old. I just feel like the world's a lot different than when I was 25. Let's put it that way. And it is and it isn't. People are a lot different than they were when I was 25. Let's put it that way. I don't think that I've changed that much, but let's just pull all these tracks out. But I don't have any aches or none of that stuff. I just don't have the 25-year-old metabolism. But that happens to all of us. Okay, there's only one set of idler wheels and no choices, so we're going to have to pull these off. I would not have the patience for this when I was 25. When I was 25, was there an internet? I didn't have an internet. So, it was exciting to build these things because I don't know what this Panzer III looks like from the back end. There's no pictures of it. You didn't have the internet where you just pull things up. But these vehicles are going to have a tough time at it because they're pretty much meat for the crash booms. These guys have armor, but they don't have enough armor to defeat the 76mm Russian guns. So, I was reading something about the Battle of Kursk recently, and they basically led with the heavy tanks. They had the Tigers were in one of the vehicles that had the Tigers were Grossdeutschland had some integral Tigers. Tiger 1s, but the other tank battalion, I believe it was the 503rd, did not fight with all their Tigers together. They spread companies in between and sent a company to like the 6th Panzer Division, another one the 7th. There was one battle group that had 3 Panzer Divisions right to they were on just to the east of the SS guys. Of the SS Panzer Corps, and their tanks were supplemented by the Tigers of the 503rd, and each one of those divisions got one company of Tigers, and they used those guys to lead the assaults. They basically were they're in the spearhead, and the other 3s and 4s were on the side, basically to soak up all the damage. So all the Tigers would get nailed and would not get penetrated, and the 3s and 4s that were more susceptible to being damaged would be following behind, closely behind, but still following behind. So the natural inclination would be to shoot at the vehicles that were closer, and the vehicles that were closer were more likely to survive the impact. And, it's cool getting back to World War II after 20 or so years and learning all kinds of stuff I didn't know before. And that's just due to the proliferation of information that we all have access to on the internet. Some of it's wrong, but there's truth hidden in all those lies. You could just cross-reference it. Another tip I learned from a modeler, not really in this example, but you normally have these idler wheels and they have teeth all the way around, right? And you're trying to put rubber track on it or some other kind of track, is just do like this example is and just cut them off. And then they fit in there a lot better. You know, you've got this rubber track that's just going here, and it doesn't matter whether the teeth line up in there, because sometimes the teeth don't line into where the track goes. So that solves that problem altogether. Nobody has all the answers. Nobody has all the answers. Yeah, 25-year-old me wouldn't have been able to be this patient, but I enjoy doing things slowly, as long as I'm not being interrupted. It's satisfying, you know. You guys still playing DBA at Mitch's? I haven't played DBA since October, and I don't plan on ever playing it again. I don't know that they've played DBA without me. So, I just got tired of, got tired of too many problems coming in. And I want to do World War II stuff, and I'm never going to be able to do World War II stuff if I'm still doing the Ancients and Medieval stuff. And, there's a guy here in Florida who disappeared for 15 years. And he wanted, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do these tournaments and we're going to do the other thing and we're going to broadcast it out and we're going to do all this stuff. But yet he was a guy that wasn't able to show up consistently on the game weekends, even at major conventions that only happen a couple times a year. And I really promoted the living shit out of the game the last 3 years, and even though the global community, there's a lot of interest for it, locally you just couldn't get more players. I'm not getting rid of my armies, don't get me wrong. That's not going to happen. So the first thing is like, all right, I don't mind DBA having more detail. Let's work on adding more detail to it. But it's extremely frustrating for me, who has a job that, I have a job that involves a lot of planning, and at least half of the planning that I do, that I'm forced to do, is flushed out the window just because of changes. To get in an environment where people will not tell you until the last waking hour whether or not they're going to be there, to be able to plan what you're going to do game-wise. So I wanted to work on an improved DBA system. Not to sell, because that's not my, you guys that know me, that's not my motivator. Because it's Phil's material, it's not mine. For free, for us, and then if other people want to use it, that's cool too. But it is so difficult to try to coordinate who's going to be there, at what time, to be able to do things. And there was too many times where it's like, oh, too many people are here, well, we got to do something else. Too many people are here, got to do something else. I just lost interest in all the chaos. And I don't want to work on rules by myself, because this is what's therapeutic, not working on rules. Not even gaming. Gaming's not even therapeutic. put some of this Vallejo plastic putty and fill in these 2 holes, because this vehicle did not have the side escape hatches. And I just lost interest in it. I just lost interest. It's too much work. I have the skill set to make it better, and it could probably be good, but it's going to keep me from doing the World War II stuff. And I was just getting really frustrated with people's lack of respect for my time. Let's put it that way. So it's just like, you know what, I'm just fine playing whatever. So they're playing all kinds of different stuff, and it's got nothing against the people. It's just that I don't want to relive any of the nausea I have to deal with at work, that I'm always going to have to deal with at work for the next 15 years or so. I don't want to relive it when I'm not at work. So we played some Lion Rampant using the DBA figures, and that was okay. But I'm just not really motivated to learn other sets of rules and be the point guy on it. So, and it's keeping me from doing other stuff. Like, there's a set of rules that I'm going to use for World War II, and I'm saving up my brain cells to teach that to everybody once I know it. But that's just a side thing while I'm doing this. You know, if I knew I was going to build these models, and I knew without a doubt I wasn't going to use them ever in a game, I'd stop building them, because it's fun to do, but it's kind of limited capability. But I don't know that. So there's definitely a chance that these will be used. And so, like, I went to the show. I went to the last show. And I got tired of organizing everything. And, you know, the last show I went to that I ran everything in last September left such a bad taste in my mouth. Because of the war, you know, a week before the convention, I didn't want to put freaking awards together. And I don't say I'm going to do something and don't do it. It's just not in me. Have I done it before? Yeah. Am I proud of it? Absolutely not. I hate when people do shit like that. I hate when people say, hey, I'm going to be there and they're not there. You know? So I try not to be one of those. I'm not perfect, but I'd like to pick what sins I commit. And, you know, so I didn't want to work on the awards, and I did. I powered through it. I was unbearable at home during that week, and then one of the awards disappears on Sunday. So one of the events I didn't have an award to give to somebody. So I'm like, this is just too stressful. It's just too stressful. So I just, and there was somebody that was going to make the world a better place and change everything. And yeah, okay. He still hasn't posted the things for the games. He ran a bunch of events. Nobody showed up for them either. You know, it's just time to move on. It was a good time. I had lots of good games. I'm still going to play games with the other people. I'm just not going to be the point guy on them. You know, somebody else can do it. And, you know, I understand that a lot of people that want to watch my channels for DBA content, the DBA content's still going to be there. It's annoying to play a game 2,500 times and you still come across rules that don't make sense, that you can't get as a matter of fact, after I stopped playing, I came across something, because I still kind of watch what's on the DBA Facebook groups. There's a question that got asked, something that we had no doubt about it, that we've been playing wrong for tens of years. And I'm like, yep, I'm on the right track. I'm tired of playing rules that we do our best to try to understand, and it just isn't. And I think, I may be wrong, I think I'm a person of over average intelligence, and I'm inquisitive, and you still can't get stuff wrong just because of the way that the rules are organized. I think the world of Phil, but I'm tired of being tortured by him. It's unsatisfactory, and it's been going on for years now. And if people were really excited to show up with our shows, and I'm talking about the local people because there's definitely an interest in the community and DBA wise, but locally, I just get burned out by people, and Jim, you're not a good example of this because you're actually the opposite of this coin. You are the rule that breaks all the other ones. But most people live within 15 miles of the convention, and they come up with excuses why they don't show up at the con. And you drive halfway around the world to be at the con, so it's definitely not you. But a lot of people are just, and it's just like the same people that were at Historicon, I can't go to Historicon. Dude, you're right next door. Yeah, but it's this, that, or the other. I said, fine, don't fucking come, And went to Historicon, and we'd been advertising the hell out of this game for putting out videos for years now. And we had, I don't think we had even 5 players in a game. And there was rule sets that had even less. So, that showed up, that came from England even to teach the game and their game, and they didn't show up. So just people are just nomadic. And I am compromising the stuff I'm interested in for the good of the community, and the community isn't giving back. So I'm like, it is what it is. I'm going to do my thing, and if people are interested in what I'm doing, cool. And if not, hey, no harm, no foul. That's kind of the gist of it all. I want to do this stuff. Oh, you can't do it because I have a limited amount of time in doing the other stuff. I say, well, I'll do it because the community wants that. The community doesn't show up. Okay, that's fine. Then I will do my thing, and if it works for people, it works for people. And if it doesn't, you can watch TikTok videos instead. That's kind of in a gist of what it is. So, not really against any of the people per se, but it's what I was afraid of. If I wasn't doing all the heavy lifting for the con and the shows, there basically wouldn't be a showing for them. So that's fine. People can move on to something else. It's keeping me from doing things I want to do. So that's kind of the gist. I'm not taking down any of the DVA videos. We made them with our best intentions, trying to play the game as best as we understood it, and it's just not good enough, unfortunately. But and I have nothing against Phil. I have nothing but nice things to say about Phil. He's a brilliant man, but we're the ones on the front lines trying to play the game to the best of our ability, trying to recruit new people, and it is just like banging your head against the wall. And it's time to move on and let somebody else be tortured. And there's just nothing out there really that takes its place. It's not like, oh, well, you just need to play this other set of rules. There's 2 other set of rules that I just won't play them because they're literally a ripoff of Phil's work. And he's not my granddad or anything, but it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. And And the problem isn't that it's a ripoff. It's a ripoff and they charge for the rules. If the rules are free, fair game, right? But just give the man credit. Now, they can't even say, hey, this was inspired by this old man named Phil Barker. And, even though he's a brilliant writer or whatever, people just don't understand his rules. So we decided to make our own version of them. They can't even do that. They're like, it's like an ego trip, I made my conversion for the Renaissance rules, and I did them because I wanted to play the period, and they're not as good as they could be because we did a lot of compromises to keep a lot of things in line with DBA so that it would be an easy transition. And I credit Phil in there. It's true. If it wasn't for him, I would have never gotten into DBA and stuff. Just be a little humble. You didn't create shit. And I'm sure when Phil did his things, he dabbled and got ideas from something else. I mean, it makes sense, but game is a lot of local folks and a few leaders making things work. When one of those leaders steps aside for whatever reason, the community suffers a great irreplaceable loss. It makes me sad. Yeah. Well, Somebody else will have to step up. I said I was going to do it until it stopped being fun. It stopped being fun. And that's without me having like a fallout with anybody. There's other communities that have fallen out because people have like gotten at each other's throats and stuff. That didn't happen. It actually had nothing to do with that. You know, but I've just gotten to the point where I want to do what I want to do, and it's doing things for other people has compromised what I want to do, and they haven't reciprocated by showing up. I had one guy, I had three people in particular that live very close to the convention that have never shown up to the convention, even though I'd done a lot of back and forth with them on stuff about DBA. They just don't have the freaking huevos to show up. It's like, do your part, you know. I'm not going to be, you know, carrying your weight. I can't stand when people say, yeah, I'll be there, and then they're not there. Over and over and over again. It's like, you know, sorry, the boy that cried wolf. I don't think they're ever going to show up, you know, but I just take people at their word, and maybe I shouldn't do that, but just like the guys they played yesterday, and they played rules I don't want to play. I played Flames of War. It's extremely unsatisfying, and so like, oh yeah, you'll be there. I said, no, I'm not. I told you 2 weeks ago. I was the first person to respond and said, I will not be there to play tomorrow. Oh, we want you to be there. Well, play a different set of rules. I'm not forcing you to play Flames of War. You know, I don't want to play Flames of War. I don't want to devote one of my days off. And the company's good. Don't get me wrong. We'd have good times, but you know, the rules suck for me. You know. Yep. But I'm not selling any of my armies. I'm still proud of what I did. Maybe something will change, but I don't think so. I put this aside for 20 years. I am not an abstract guy. I don't like abstract math. I don't get on abstract math. I don't like abstract rules. I like what you see is what you get. That's really what makes me tick. And yeah, let's do the turret. But it's no hard feelings. It is what it is. It's not like, well, you didn't try it long enough. 18 fucking years. 18 fucking years. And I don't have any regrets that, you know, you regret spending 18 years doing it. No, I learned a lot of stuff. I learned a lot of history. I painted a lot of cool stuff. Met a lot of cool people. But it's time to meet other cool people that have a different interest in a different thing. Right. Phil does credit the people he learned from. Tony Bath being the main one. A lot of rules lineages being buried in old slingshot issues. Yeah, I met him. He's a very nice man. You know, and I don't have a problem with him being resistant to change. Wanting to play the rules, write the rules the way he wants to write them. It's not actually his wording, it's the punctuation. There's too many thoughts that are jumbled in a sentence. It's not how I would write it. Okay? And what he's doing is he's making it difficult for those of us mortals to understand what he truly means in many cases when the ways or rules are written. And the disservice that has is we could very well be playing lots of the stuff wrong the way he didn't intend and not really understand how much of genius stuff is in there. Because there's genius stuff in there, you know. And it's just too much. I've just had enough. It's very unsatisfying. So, and I did put a poll on there, you know, about should I make a video why I'm not playing it? I don't want to. I don't want to discourage people from playing DBA if they want to. You know, if I wanted to discourage people from playing DBA, I'd take my videos down. I don't want to do that, you know. It generates a little bit of revenue. That's not the main thing. I'm not motivated by money in my hobby. But it might be able to give people some idea. Because we made the videos with the best intention of getting people to not give up on the game. You know, because it is a tall order to figure out how to play the wonderful game. It just has abstractions in it at the end of the day that, you know, I'm putting a lot of effort in painting knights a certain way and then the game doesn't reward you for any of that stuff. So it's really a game that's, I don't mind the 12 stands. I like that part. I don't like that, you know, everything is the same. It's a little too generic for my taste. So I just opted to like, well, I'm not, even though the game's generic, I'm not going to paint my stuff generic, but it doesn't reward me for doing that. And I'm missing a lot of flavor. So, you got the issue a few months ago. Phil and a few other designers did a Q&A where they went into their mentality. Of course, Phil unironically answered in DBA speak on it. Yeah. Yeah, you need to be clear about how you communicate, or people are going to think that you think A and you really mean B. You know. I don't like getting in long discussions on the internet because you can't cover everything. You know. I'd rather make a video about it, but I don't really want to do something that stirs controversy. There's enough controversy out there. And I don't necessarily want people to follow my lead and say, well, if Tony's not playing DBA, I'm not going to play DBA. Why? Play it, enjoy it. I enjoyed it for 18 years. I met some great people playing it. It's just time to move on, you know. Will I go back and paint 15s at some point? Probably. But just imagine, I'm going to put it into perspective. If I was still playing DBA, all right, I would have gotten one more army done. That would be like my 32nd Army or 33rd Army or 35th Army or something like that. I would have gotten one more army done and started on my next one. Instead, I got all the stress lifted from off me and have about 100 vehicles done. Yeah, I think it's a fair trade. You know? So... And I'm a World War II guy at heart. That's what I do. That's what I've always been into. And I'm a man of my word. I say I'm not playing DBA again. By fucking God, I'm not playing DBA again. And maybe other people are easily converted, but even if I want to, I'm not going to because I said I wasn't going to. You know, if somebody holds a gun to my head, I guess I'll have to play DBA, but they'd have to disarm me first. I don't try to control people, you know? If your favorite color is red and mine's green, enjoy red. I don't care. But I promoted the hell out of this game the last 3 years, and some guy came in that disappeared for 15 and wanted to take control, and he's going to do this, and he wanted to do all political, and we're going to contact this and make this thing and contact this group. Why bother contacting this group? There's no activity there. You know, are you looking to kneel to more gods? You know, no, I'm not interested. Like, do your own thing. You're not stepping on anybody's toes, and if people like it, they want to do it. They want to do all this stuff. But he doesn't use Facebook, and he doesn't use, he wanted to do everything through email. Email doesn't fucking work. Okay, how many emails do you send at work? They try to solve something to 8 different people, and then one guy responds, and then the second guy doesn't respond to the first email. He keeps kicking around the same can in a circle. It's like frustrating. No, you got to use Facebook and pictures and stuff like that. And if people, you know, YouTube, if people don't respond with that, they're just not interested, you know? Cause of death, play World War II. DBA World War II mod. Oh my God. Or imagine like damn battleships again. Like, cause I'm like really particular about naval stuff. And I'm like, What do you mean all battleships are the same? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, man. Okay. Well, we don't have to glue these together. We can do... Oh, if I take that little thing off with the Dremel, that's going to be in the way. All right. Well, we don't have to... We don't have to completely assemble everything right now. It's not like I gotta get... And I don't have to get this done by any particular time. You know what always fits and never goes out of style? Freedom. And to top it all off, work has been excruciatingly brutal. And just no end in sight of it getting slower, which is a good thing, but it's really frustrating when you're doing all this heavy lifting and the people you're doing the lifting for are people that are either retired, no offense, Jim. Like I said, you're not the problem. You're actually the opposite. If there were more people like you, it would have been better. But they just don't want to lift a finger. You know? Two types of tank, fast and solid. I'm going to go throw up. I can't even handle all Panzer IIs being lumped together. First games in 1975 were 176 air-fixed vehicles and figures. Some of those figures are still good. Some of those figures are still solid. Their African Corps and Desert Rats are great. Okay. The pitfall many people have with this vehicle are these side doors. You got to make sure the bigger one goes towards the front. But I'm still going to double check that, because that's a major foobar, because it looks weird and you don't know why it looks weird. Major foobar. Reporting for duty. Yes. And this has a little periscope that it's oversized in this one. Let's see. I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. It's not really visible. I don't want to unzoom the whole thing, but basically you've got this vision block that's either closer to the top or closer to the bottom. It's closer to the bottom on both. So it needs to be set like this, which means this is the one that goes on this side of the tank. Like that. Because otherwise you've got it. Might be on the right side of the tank, but you got the vision port that's towards the top. And that doesn't really work. So that one goes there. And then this guy goes right over here. Okay. The turret box on the back, because I hate German tanks that don't have that thing on the back. It looks silly. That's why I don't do France. German tanks look silly. So I've mentioned it several times, so there's really no reason to make a video on why I don't play DBA, because if you followed my live stuff, you'd see it. I don't like creating controversial material that, you know, I'd probably get more viewers if I did, you know, I mean, how many videos of those idiots get that, you know, if you play the Nazis, you're a bad guy. If you want to play the Germans, you're a racist. How many videos of those jackasses get video views? Well, how many subscribers do they lose? Well, none if the people that watch them are a bunch of Marxists. I build stuff for all sides. Unfortunately, your collection of over 1,000 figures, 300 vehicles, or 300, and come over to Florida for a few games when you start gaming World War II. You don't need that many vehicles for this. I don't know when this is going to happen. I'm thinking next year, but it's almost like a role-playing game. So it's not going to be for everybody. And that's assuming I'm able to run it. I got to solo a lot of stuff. So what I'm probably going to do is I got to learn how to play the rules, figure it out, do some solo games, and see if there's interest in people playing it. Maybe not even be interested in playing it. I'm still not doing another set of rules, you know, because I like it for me. So it creates the narrative that I want to hear, is the best way to describe it. You know? Now, this thing sticks out a tiny little bit taller than the actual top of the turret if it's in the right place. So I got to keep that in mind. Yeah, like I'm not going through all this kind of detail and then playing something like Flames of War where Panzer III's, it's just a Panzer III long. Which one? Is it a J or an L or an M? It's just a Panzer III long. I'm not building shit for that. That's hokey. That's not inspirational to paint vehicles a certain way when they all get lumped in the same category. What about Shermans? Oh, they're all the same. Oh, F you. Not for me. Yeah, I can't put 100 vehicles on the table at one time. I don't want to do that. I don't know. I don't need so much stuff, but one thing leads to another, and there you are. Exactly. Well, there's a lot worse things you could be spending your money on. This is a wonderful hobby, no matter what scale you do or what period you're doing. It's therapeutic, or it should be. I know one guy that was a thorn in our side for a long time playing, and he got married and stopped gaming, and the world's a better place. Can't remember the name of the rule set you're going to use. The Face of Battle. And it's out of print, and we're not doing a tournament of it, so if something's in there what we don't agree with, it's going to get changed. But I don't want to run games at shows anymore. You got to worry about your stuff disappearing. You're forced to play games with people that are problems. There's one game that, and Mitch ran some stuff, because again, at this last show that we had for DBA, I wasn't involved in it at all. But I saw the schedule and I'm going to run this, whatever. One of the guys that was going to run stuff 3 days before the show said, oh, I can't make it. If I had made awards, if I was still making awards and he pulled that stunt on me, I would have ripped him open. There's no way I would there's no way. I'm like, I can't be involved in that shit anymore. You know, doing all this heavy lifting, dealing with freaking work, you know, and if the guy 3 days in advance said, and this guy's a frequent canceller, 2 or 3 days in advance, I'd have to redo all the awards. I would have been in the loony bin. I would have quit right then and wouldn't have done the show. I would have lost it. So I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that shit anymore. I'm just not going to do it. You know, have somebody else that, you know, and, you know, it wasn't something that was, I would say, preventable. I don't think it was something that merited him not being there, but whatever. But I'm just not doing that anymore. I have way too much of that bullshit at work to put up with it in my personal life. I'm just not going to deal with it. Okay, we're going to make this one the one with the open hatch. So guess what? Somebody else had to deal with it. And they had put on all the events that we did, plus a bunch of learning sessions, here, that, and nobody showed up for that stuff. So, you know, you can get frustrated like I did too. Have fun. I did a how to play DBA one time at a show in 2009, and I'll never forget. I had one person showed up. They dropped off their kid. Am I going to play Lion Rampant? We played it a couple times. Yeah, but I'm not going whole hog in it. I'm not building new stuff for it. So, like, I did some forces. I can build 12-point forces. You know, we play with 24. Mitch mentioned, I want to do 24 and we just want to fudge things. I don't. I want to play with my stuff, and, you know, we'll either come to an agreement or we won't play that either. You know, I'm not building new shit for another game. I'm not doing anything that compromises my production on this, because the more I'm never gonna be able to game this if I don't put my foot down. So you can play Lion Rampant with less than 24-point forces. It's a decent game. It's fun. Crazy stuff happens in it. But I'm not going to build new things for it. You know? Doing this is what gets me through the next 15 years of my job. So this is priority over everything else. Okay, we did that. We glued that. We have to do the front. Okay, this is the one that does not have the added plate. Interesting. Interesting. The mantlet. Hear me out. The mantlet for the N is not the same as the mantlet for the N, and the gun isn't the same, so I have two different mantlets. If I can justify putting the N mantlet and the N gun on the early turret, which I can cut division slots out of it, I could have an N tank turret that I can switch in and out and get another vehicle out of it. I think I'm going to do that. Excellent. Just like I did those KVs, because I got the extra 2 turrets that came with it. All right, we're going to build this one as an M, though. Here's the long 50. And I'm not traveling with my game. You know, I'm going to be doing all the setup and the terrain and everything. And my goal is to play a game that looks like those freaking magazines. You know, those people in the UK are playing games that look stellar. Why can't I play one? You know, with an XB ETA for the face battle games, what's going to be on the menu to make after that point? Another theater or more of what you're doing now? Well, irrespective of what I'm going to put in the next game, because the game is going to be basically, the first game is going to be like Partisans versus Germans. Really low thing. Irrespective of that, the next stuff I'm going to get with my credit from Noble Knight is probably going to be Brits. I probably am going to do Brits. And the intention with the Brits is to do Italy. So, Field repairs, yeah. Especially the freaking Germans were freaking terrible at spare parts and stuff. Thank goodness. They were overstretched. Something fierce. So, yeah, you just look at the data, come up with your own reasons, and if it's reasonable, it's okay. It's spare parts I have anyways, so, you know. They said, what was that one? A lot of, like, even they use J's for N's, so there's opportunities there. Can this turret fit on a die-cast? Let's see. Is it one of the die-casts that the turrets come off? It is. Let's see. Yep. Yeah. I'm going to make some N turrets. You never know what scenario you're going to... I'm not a fan of the N tank. It's using an outdated gun that 2 years after it's already obsolete. But they did use them a fair amount. They had to use everything. When you're fighting the whole world, you know, you brought it on yourself, you Nazi bastard. You know, you got to use everything. All right, well, we're going to drill this thing out. So my Brits are going to be for Italy. I've got lots of British infantry that I already have. I don't have to buy any infantry. And we'll build the British vehicles irrespective of whether or not we're building the way too big. Whether or not we're building the British infantry, because I don't want to get pulled into building infantry for a bunch of different things. And I've got a lot of figures already done, but I just enjoy doing these tanks. Irrespective of whether or not they're going to see action, because people that do stuff at 1/35th scale, you know they're not going to play a game with the stuff. And they still build things. Let's go smaller than this one, but bigger than that one. Something like this. Doesn't have to be very deep, just give kind of an indication that there's some depth to that. I want to make sure I don't cut all the way up to it, because then I could create a divot in there that then I have to fill. So I'm doing that, I'm pulling out away from it so I don't fudge it up. Let's get it close and sand the distance. Okay, Jared, thanks for coming by again. Appreciate you. But our game group's almost like split in two. You got the early session, it's all the retirees and people that don't work for a living on Mondays. And then the rest of us that do come in afterwards. It's just really hard. Like, I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. I'm not too worried about it. If it's something that works, I'll be there. If it doesn't, well, I'll see you next week. Sad, but Peter Barry, the owner of Bacchus, pulled off a 1-to-1 English Civil War skirmish using his reenactment group, and one of his rule sets, they used big ornamental garden dice. Wow. Well, I'm doing 1-to-1 scale, but I'm not doing that. Okay, this thing claims, well, this is the machine gun. The machine gun is on the loader's side, so it goes over there. Interesting. This has this weird notch there, and it wasn't something I trimmed. Does the real vehicle have that? No. Another inaccuracy. It's got like this notch there. Well, I'm not going to fill it in. That's absurd. I wonder if all the pieces are like that, or just that one. They all have it. That's messed up. Let's see if I can show you what I'm talking about. All right. This plate should go all the way across. Let's see how there's like a little notch here, from here all the way to here. And every one of them has that. And it's not, this is what it should look like. Should be even. This is what it should look like. I need to go work for PSC. They need to hire me. I'll be their quality control manager, and you can pay me in tanks. I still like their stuff, but you know, nothing's perfect. I just don't see filling that in. I mean, why in the hell is that notch there? You bastards. Well, if you drape a Nazi flag over it, you don't see it. Yeah, I'm not putting Nazi flags on videos. It doesn't bother me any, and it may not bother any of my viewers, or at least I wouldn't care if it bothered any of my viewers. They need to get some thicker skin. If you think I'm promoting Nazi ideals, you obviously don't watch my channel. I don't like anything that's Big Brother. Much less, you know, Big Brother sending you to camps. Yeah, well, let's glue this in. Let's think about it for a second. You put controversial shit on your video like crooked spiders and you're gonna get, your video is gonna get taken down. It's not even gonna be viewed by somebody. It's like automatically gonna be taken down. There's the computers, the AI is out there searching for shit and they'll just take it down regardless of what it is. There's a video I saw recently of a guy, I'm trying to think who it was. It was a video on, I'm pretty sure it was on tanks. It might have been on the Matilda tank or something like that. I was watching this last week. And it had this picture of Hitler with his armband. And instead of just smudging it, or covering it with white and not having the crooked spider on there, he went and drew a freaking penis, almost like the style of like Roman graffiti, ancient Roman graffiti. And that didn't get taken down because it's okay to put a penis on there. You're just not allowed to use a swastika for historical purposes. Like, what a messed up world we live in. My argument would be that both would be okay, but yeah, I'd be okay with it being like this. But then the machine gun's on the wrong thing. It's got to be like this, and then you got that stupid notch. Well, maybe I'll look for pictures of it. They must have gotten that from something else. We don't have to decide on that just now. Okay. The ubiquitous muffler, which gives you no instructions where to put it on. What's worse, them not giving you instructions where things go, or giving you instructions where things go, but they're vague? Can I select none of the above? At least their parts are durable. The parts aren't falling apart from each other. What is this little box here? What version does that go? They have this box here that's next to the fuel cans, and it's nowhere on here. Maybe it's just an extra spare box, just like the jerry cans. Well, I plan on making all three vehicles different and giving them their own personality. So, like, I'm gonna forgo putting the track links on for extra armor support. They'll have them, but all three of them will be different. Here's the muffler. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was, but it's okay because I don't have a certain time I have to do this by. And this whole journey with this thing has been enjoyable. It's not like, oh, I can't wait to be done with this because I hate this process. No, this is fun. The only problem with doing British vehicles at this stage is I'm going to have to get decals for the cool markings that they have on the fenders and stuff like that. I have to. I'm not going to hand paint those things. So that's another rabbit hole. But we'll build them and then paint them later kind of thing. Doesn't attach. Okay, that works. Don't have to attach. Let's check that location for it. It's the only part, it's the only place it joins. I got some more of this glue coming in today because I messed up this tip on this thing pulling it out. There was a video on how you can, when your glue gets your glue gets low, you can increase the length of this by pulling it out. And I did that, and I had to put a lot of pressure on it. I couldn't grab from here. I had to grab from the end, and I twisted the end of my thing. So I'm going to use one of them to fill one of these all the way up and use the new the tip for that one, and I'm going to empty the other one and put this stuff in it, micro scale, micro weld. And if that works well, this is what I'm going to end up using, because this smells nice. It smells like oranges. It smells nice. I mean, you know, we don't want to huff that either, but it doesn't smell chemical like, which this doesn't have that strong of a smell anyways, but it does have a smell. And one thing I've learned the last 30 years is my hobbies don't really have any smell to them. So, okay, that's the M thing on there. Here is the turret for it. I can safely put the shirts in because I'm not going to use an M with no shirts in. And I've got 8 other late Panzer 3s with no shirts in on them. So we need more that have it, not that more that don't. So, yeah, let's go ahead and cut this overly thick armor protection off. I'm assembling your basing. Yeah, I figured work on your own stuff while you're listening to some idiot go on and on. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm putting too much lateral pressure on that. But I was watching this video on how to airbrushing for dummies, and I figured I'm ready to make content. I'm ready to make airbrushing content because I'm no expert. I think I'm an expert painter. I don't think I'm an expert airbrusher, and probably never will be. But I have a hell of a lot of regular painting experience to fall back on that most airbrushers don't. And one of them is attention to detail and stuff like that. Probably the hardest thing about airbrushing is the throw of the thing. It's not big enough. The margin of nothing is coming out to too much is coming out is very, very small. It's almost like you're using a pistol that the pull on it is like a pound or even less than that. I have pretty good motor skills, and it's difficult. It's difficult to get that stuff on there. So, but it's still forgiving, you know. But I was watching this video, and I'm like, man, this is a how to airbrush for dummies, and there's a lot of dummy stuff on there. There's like stuff that I would never do. So I'm like, all right, well, and I really hate having really good information and not passing it on to folks, because it could be something that could be helpful. It could keep people from maybe getting discouraged in the hobby, or, man, I don't know what to do with this. And I was like, oh, that's simple. Just try doing this. And part of it is just doing this stuff for so long and also fixing problems at work that I'm just, sometimes I just don't want to give up on stuff, you know. Let there be no doubt you are an expert painter and each 100 of them. And there's people that blow me away. Especially when it comes to models. You got the Night Shift and Plasmo. Those guys paint a vehicle. There's no vehicle that looks as realistic as their vehicles do. But a lot of guys just don't, and I don't know that those two are the case, but a lot of guys just don't want to show all the secrets that they have. And I don't. I want to show you guys everything, you know, because what am I going to do? Take it to the grave, you know? Like, nobody here gives a shit. I'm not going to copyright stuff, you know? And these things are way over scale, but they're also war games models. They're made for durability. That's what these things were made for. So this is going to attach like so, and this is going to attach like so. And it will join in the back, hopefully. If they join in the back, which right now it doesn't look like they are. I would have never done this shit earlier. I would just been like, oh, okay, we'll just glue them. It says to glue them on there. I'm gonna do something weird. I'm just curious if it fits on here. I hope it doesn't, secretly. Damn it, it does. I'm gonna take one of these shirts and then turn this L into a shirts and an L with shirts in, because they did have them. As a matter of fact, you find a lot of pictures with them that still have that. Okay, I need to use the little boys' room. I'll be right back. Everybody has their kind of expertises, things that they think they're good at. I think the one of the things I'm the best at, I think, and I've learned it from other people, looking at other people's stuff on the internet, is striking a balance between things looking good up close and things looking good from 3 feet away. And part of it is probably being nearsighted. If this looks like crap up close, I'm going to see it. And I'm going to see it even more than you guys are because I have a built-in 6.5 loop in my eye. So I can't stand being on top of this vehicle, inches away and it looked like shit. At the same time, if you're 3 feet away from it and there's not enough contrast, it just looks like a blur. And that's the problem that I have with some painters that are stellar. They're stellar painters. They're better, they're better than I'll ever be. Well, you could follow their method and you can get close, but they use powders and all that kind of stuff, and they don't use the black underlayment where you leave some of it in the cracks, and a lot of that gets covered up. But still, that's kind of you do that so that things stand out at 3 feet away. If you end up using pastels and you add dust, and the real challenge is going to be when I do North Africa vehicles. Then my North Africa vehicles are probably going to look like this, though, except they'll have more dry brushing that is even lighter. Okay, but they still got to have some dark contrast. You start doing powders and stuff like that. I don't like the idea of light colors in crevices. Okay, and that happens like if this vehicle looks like this and it drives through sand, yeah, you're going to have light colors in all these crevices. What's going to happen is at 3 feet away, your model's not going to, it's not going to look good at 3 feet away. It's going to look like you just cut corners, even though it's more realistic per se. And it also takes a shitload longer of time doing all that weathering. So, I do like weathering, but I don't like weathering that just kind of blends it all together, because when you get far away, it's, at table's length, you lose all that enjoyment out of it. It looks good in pictures, it looks good up close to me right here, but there's not enough contrast between it. So that's kind of my style that I've kind of gone with. And it may not be what other people like, but it's what I do. So it's not super heavy thick lines. It's not meat cutting charts for skin tones. It's kind of in between the two. And I've fortunately been able to be pretty consistent doing it. And that was one of my fears when I got back into vehicles in October. I'm like, I haven't done a vehicle in 20 years. And I wasn't super happy with how I was doing them 20 years ago, but learning from other people and kind of developing my own style and painting a lot, I was able to do that transition and not hate the things I came up with or feel like I needed to fix them. So I've been fortunate in that. It's made me happy, and that's really the most important thing as a person who's a creator is you need to be happy with the stuff that you're making so that you'll make more stuff. It's all fine and dandy if somebody else likes what you're doing, but if you don't like what you're doing, you're going to stop doing it. So I am not a fan of people that talk bad about other people's creations. If you don't like something somebody else did, just keep moving. Don't discourage that person from doing better. If they want to do better, they will find a way to do better. There's so much stuff on the internet. There's so many tips and stuff. You don't have to badmouth them. Besides, this is a therapeutic hobby, and it could keep somebody from turning into a serial killer. Well, I built plastic models, and everybody said I did a shitty job, so I'm going to start murdering people. Don't discourage someone. There's lots of things I see I don't like. I don't feel like I need to. It's my place to comment on them. Now, if it comes to actual painting, Yeah, I'll comment on that stuff because some stuff just took no effort. You know, you start slinging paint up there like a orangutan, and you call that modern art. Yeah, I'm gonna call you on it. I guess I'll be the first to be murdered by those people, but which reminds me, I need to do another. I need to paint a background. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be my goal today. Is I'm gonna do a new background, and background meaning those little paintings that I do that you can put them behind your tanks and stuff. I need a Ukrainian one with like a wheat field or something like that. So this is, you know, if the turret is offside, is the wrong size, like we talked about earlier in this show, it's a lot of it is hidden by the Scherzen. So let's glue this together. I think we can do this. Well, it's sitting on a peg, so maybe I'll do it on the turret. Let's screw this on here. It's going to be close enough. There's a little bit of a gap in the back. That's fine. It's not really being held in place by back there. Let's make sure this is free of stuff. At least the top. One of the groups that I was a member of, I think I'm still a member of them, but this poor guy hasn't posted anymore. He posted all kinds of ideas like, hey, here's my whatever it is I'm working on. Can you give me some tips? And you know, you can't do that over the internet. You're just gonna miss the boat. But man, they would eat this guy alive for what he was doing, and I'm like, I'm sure he probably got discouraged and isn't doing it anymore. I think there's going to be a gap there no matter what. Okay, so touch anywhere else. Well, we can glue those things down, but all right, we need the end here. This is still flimsy, even though it's a lot less flimsy than it could be. It's the way you avoid fingerprints is use one of these. And I'm actually fine with there being a gap, and I'm actually fine with the gap not being even. Because in real life, these things are pretty darn flimsy. Oh, I see what the problem is here. The problem is this thing is warped a little bit. All right, let's see if we can pull this off. We got any Bubba Rands handy? No, but I know where to find them. Right back. Well, they walked away, so I will have to make do. I got some here, but I think this is way too tight. It's putting way too much pressure on it. So what we're going to do is going to hold that for a little bit. Anyhow, 3 hours and 21 minutes, and we don't even have one tank done. I'm enjoying it. It's a hell of a lot faster than painting 15mm figures. That's for sure. So it comes with extra parts in here. You've got some road wheels, some extra road wheels you can put together and use as spares, that kind of stuff. I want to make all 3 vehicles different. I think I'm gonna build them all as M's, and then make a separate turret for the N on one of them, and then I can interchange it if I need to. The N just won't have any shirts in on the turret. That's okay. Of course, I could just buy another box of these things with the credit coming, but these are kind of expensive. They're like $40 for 3 vehicles. That sounds like a Subi. What time is it? I've lost totally track of time. Okay, well that's good enough for now. I don't know about that notch. I don't know about that notch. Well, I don't have to make the decision on that right at this moment. So that's pretty much what it's going to look like. Regardless of Oh, we have the side shirts in to put on it. What am I talking about? And I may leave it off until it's airbrushed. Just makes it easier to get to the stuff. And we can make this with some of the plates missing. However, this thing has a lot less supports than the real one did. And if you leave a plate off, there's nothing for it to hold on to. So I may not do that. Let's see how this fits. Well, we got to trim these things off. Coffee. The most important reason. I don't really like the taste of coffee. Imagine if coffee tasted like it smelled. Wow. Now, if somebody says, I don't like the smell of coffee, there's something freaking wrong with you. I know, somebody's just going to say it just to spite me. That's all right, we'll find out where you live. Yeah, if you glue this on now, actually, it can be glued onto the top hole. It's just, you don't want it covering over these wheels. You just create a lot of extra work for yourself by doing that. I might buy another set of these. You're like, oh, you got a lot of German tanks. I got a lot of Russian tanks. I mean, like, I just got another 2 Panthers. That'll give me 5, and I got 2 more I'm gonna get. Like, that's a lot of Panthers. I said, well, I got like 12 T-34-85, so we're good. There's and I just do them just for variety. They're not all gonna show up at the same time on the battlefield. That would be absurd. That would be absurd. Interesting. It touches here, but it doesn't touch back here. I wonder if it's that shovel that's in the way. I bet it is. There's a little bit of a shovel here that's... Oh man, that's another thing. If you put this thing like this, the antenna gets stored away. You'll never be able to raise the antenna. You'll never be able to raise this antenna right here because it's underneath the shirtsen. I don't know. Sometimes you worry about stuff too much. Yeah, it fits fine on this side. We don't have that shovel. Jim's out getting some cowboy coffee. I had to lay down on it, not have as much coffee as I used to. As I was starting to get acid reflux from it. Started to feel like I was getting a heart attack or something. And I wasn't drinking that much, but still. That was self-diagnosed. I'm not going to the doctor for that. That's a waste of time. All right, we can go ahead and glue this one. So it grabs all the way on those points and the ends, okay? I'm glad I looked into that back plate. That would have ended up bugging me at some later point. Let's go ahead and assemble these wheels. These are just spare wheels. And what's left on here? Jerry cans and a box. Reminded me of one of my not favorite things, but one of the things that most memorable I heard from somebody. Somebody says, "Hey, where's that box?" "What box?" "The box for you to stand on and kiss my ass." Classic. Use it. There'll be a quiz tomorrow on that. Tomorrow I probably shouldn't be online tomorrow. If I'm online tomorrow, then we didn't game. You're back. Is that cowboy coffee you're having? So I took the first step in the next innovative thing I'm going to do. We'll see how it works, and that's with dealing with trees, and we'll see how that works. I'm apprehensive about getting too excited about it, but in theory, I think I got a great theory about one thing. I just don't know how it's going to work. I guess your internet's working a lot better than it was in the past, Jim. Did you get an internet upgrade? I had bad internet for so many years. Okay, these are spare road wheels that we're going to attach at a later point. All right. Man, if it was just like this, that side's fine. It's the other one. Okay, am I sure that they tell me the right way to put it? All right, let's take a look at the front of an M. has the two little holes on that one side. Which means I have to put it like that. That's a shame. Yeah, Musk Starling. Much, much better than before. There you go. Excellent. I appreciate you joining me. I'm on here frequently. If you can see the feed, I'm on my live things. I don't like doing hobby stuff alone. It's stupid. It's stupid when you can just do it with other people. So, well, I'm just going to play stupid. And forgo oh shit, you know I didn't check something. I should know better than to do this. The attachment point of this thing. Maybe I'll have to move it. Well, might as well do it now rather than later. The front of the shirtson covers maybe a quarter of the idler wheel. So if this is in the right place, it is. Okay. Good. Oh, hold on a second. All right, look at this drawing. Okay, picture all the way in the bottom. The shirtson covers about a front of the sprocket wheel. Sorry, not the idler wheel. A quarter of the sprocket wheel, and it covers all the way even with the back of the idler wheel. There's no way to do that here. Because we're okay on the front. Oh, it scared me. We're okay on the front, but on the back it doesn't cover it. It's shirtson's too small. Well, they make the best of it. Not a big deal. Where's the top view of this thing? The beginning of the book. And here, it covers all the idler wheel, all the sprocket wheel. But none of the idler. I think that there's enough variability in it that I'm going to leave it alone. However, there is a part that goes above this. This is where that needs to be. Oh, I don't have to cut the shovel if I install it like this, which means this one's a little bit farther back compared to the other one. Can I move it? Not without bending it. Let's see. That's pretty close. We could roll with it. I'm sure there were variances on this. But this is about as solid shirts and wise as you're going to find on any model, as far as durability goes. I feel like this barrel is shorter, but I think it's because it's thicker. So because it's thicker, it gives the impression that it's not as long. But it works. It works. Okay, so this is where I'm going to stop with this particular vehicle. I'm going to attach these things later after I figure out what I'm going to do exactly with the do we have another little open face box? Let me put these little guys in. Let's see. That's why I like these boxes that are open. You stack things in them, not the ones that are like, this box will do nicely for this. Okay. And we've got some extra parts here that we can figure out later. Okay. Well, the girls ain't made a sound, so we'll just leave them be quiet. That's what a sensible person would do. Yeah. Notice it doesn't say anything about putting the smoke things on the side of the turret. These instructions they're really well detailed, but they're very omittive. They're very omittive. Yeah. No. Let's go ahead and put them on there. Yeah, they're shown on the Panzer, but they're not shown on the M and the N. There's a flash. I don't know if they'll fit in there. I'm glad I didn't put them first, and then the Schertzen didn't fit underneath there. There's an M with no shirts in. There's one there that's got it on it. How close are they to the front? Kind of close. Kind of close. All right. Let's test fit first. You know, I need to find my thinner tweezers. The ends of these are less than ideal. They should be in here. Nope. Yep. Thinking of using some of my credit to buy a new organization stuff for my things. It's just I'm trying to make other things work, and it's less than ideal. But I don't think it'll fit. I don't think it'll fit in there. That's why I left it off. What if we open this up a little bit? I think that's what I have to do. I still think it was the right move not putting these on there. Of course, they're not in the instruction to put them on there. like that. And this front one's loose as well. Okay, good. There we go. A little finicky. Nothing I can't handle. Probably one of the hardest things to get molded right is to do those the shirts in. Got to be a balance between something durable, easy to sit in a spot it's supposed to be, and not shift on you. Definitely more difficult than separate link track. I don't think separate link track is particularly hard to do. Okay. And I may not put smoke dischargers on one of them, because I wouldn't mind using the smoke dischargers and putting them on this L. That way we have an L with smoke dischargers on it. Okay. Let's close this up. Put this guy back. All right. I've been on here almost 4 hours. How many tanks do we get done? One. We got extra armor. They come with 2 pieces here, and then the one here, which this one actually has the bracket for on the front. Yeah, we can customize those later. I'd like to make all 3 of them different. Okay, well, knowing what we know, we know that we need to take out this back plate. And it's the one with the verticals. What a pain in the butt this would be in white metal. A major pain in the butt. All right, here we go. If you don't know why the hell I'm doing this, this does not have an accurate backplate for this Panzer 3M. think. It's too worn out. Go. All right. Glad you're doing the piece of 3 animals. Beside Kursk, period, they're seen in action in Italy. And last year, the war as Allied and counter-training units hurriedly sent to the front. Yeah. Well, this kit isn't perfect. But it's perfect enough. And it's a way to expose maybe some inaccuracies that this thing has. And some easy fixes to deal with it. I may get another pack of these. We will see. It's not like I'm going to take the money from my trades. Okay. Running gear. And again, we'll have to fill in these 2 little holes for the emergency hatch that they did not have, but yet the instructions want you to put on. I mean, I have those research books. I might as well use them. Research books, Squadron Signal. I don't know. Research books for dummies. They're made in a way that normal people can understand them. Luckily, all these have the pistol ports on the turrets and they kept them. Otherwise, that would be more of a pain in the butt of trying to make a pistol port. Although, to be honest with you, I'd probably just put a piece of putty and just make it stand up like that and call it that. I wouldn't go into something more detailed than that. this is the kind of game that pistol ports on your turret will make a difference. Because most of the time, the vehicles are fighting at point blank range at the infantry. This stuff doesn't smell bad, but man, it smells a lot more than the ones from Microscale. Okay. And we'll take the putty, we'll fill in these holes, because this model did not have the escape hatches. Let that dry overnight. Or less. That overnight will definitely do it. I actually think the tank looks better without shirts in, but that's not the point. Front plate. Yeah, might as well do these as well. Man, it's after 10? Jeez. And it may be a while before I paint these, but I just want to get them built. It's fun building them. Sometimes you feel like painting, sometimes you feel like building. Actually, a fair number of Panzer IIIs that were in mid 44. That Destruction of Army Group Center book that I have, there's quite a few of them on the payroll still. Now you got to use what you have. haves and the haves not. The haves and the have-nots. This thing's annoying. It's like sleeping in the wet spot in bed. Gotta go, honeydews. All right, man. Thanks for coming by, Jim. We'll see you soon, hopefully. You too, Jim. These things fit pretty well. I mean, if you can't do separate link track, this is a good alternative. Be better if it was all molded in one piece like Pegasus Hobbies does. Unless you feel like it takes away from the fun of the kit, not putting away the running gear on. Depends what you're into. That's a pretty comfortable seating position. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle this. But that's by design. Okay, this is. I remember putting glue on the other one. Newer kits have one-piece track, but they come in a blister. Yeah, I don't mind that. These guys have nice detail. I don't mind these at all. I don't mind these at all. And I'm a big fan of their stuff still. I mean, you know, even with the little hang-ups, and they are little. They are little hang-ups. They're things that it won't matter to most people. excited about getting the glue in the mail and being able to make a container of this with the micro scale stuff. Alright, where do we go next? We don't need those parts for the I guess the turret next. Turret as well. Turret storage thing. All these little plastic clippings everywhere. Man, they're still in the room? That's pretty extreme. Jeffrey, you do 1/72 scale, or are you a 15mm person? There's a few of us that want to do 1/72 here in the States. I'm not switching. And the more of this stuff I get, the less likely I am to switch. 15 mil just wasn't a World War II scale when I started doing World War II. All right, I'm going to call this a wrap. I hear people shuffling around. So we've been on here for almost 4.5 hours. So, anyways, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Some of you certainly did. Thanks for stopping by as always, and we'll catch you guys on the next one.